More than 140 years ago, the American frontier still feels unfinished, as though the continent itself is breathing in its sleep beneath a sky of drifting smoke and endless stars. You stand on the wooden platform of a railroad depot somewhere in the far west. During the 1880s, your boots sticky with spilled beer and fresh mud, while a locomotive hisses beside you like an exhausted iron dragon. The air smells of coal smoke, horse sweat, wet pine boards, and something frying nearby in old bacon grease. A piano rattles faintly from across the street. Somewhere farther off, a dog barks once, then falls silent again. Tonight, you are not merely listening to history, you are walking directly into it. And before the lanterns dim too low, perhaps take a quiet moment to subscribe to the channel. Settle comfortably beneath your blankets and share where you are listening from tonight. Maybe you are awake in Texas during a thunderstorm, or sitting in London beneath a rainy midnight sky, or watching from Tokyo while dawn light creeps through the curtains. The frontier seems strangely close to all of them. Your mind drifts toward the town ahead of you now, where muddy streets glow amber beneath swinging lanterns. The place barely existed a few years earlier. Oddly enough, some Wild West towns appeared so quickly that maps could not keep pace with them. A mining strike, a cattle trail, or a new railroad stop could summon an entire settlement almost overnight, as if human beings had simply sprouted from the dust. The train behind you exhales another heavy cloud of steam. Records confirm that railroad expansion during the 1880s transformed the American West faster than any previous generation had imagined possible. Steel tracks tied distant territories together like stitches across rough fabric. Yet standing here, none of it feels polished or organized. The town ahead resembles a half-finished stage set abandoned in the middle of a storm. You step carefully from the depot platform into the main street, where your boots sink instantly into thick brown mud. Frontier towns rarely looked clean, despite what old paintings sometimes suggest. In dry weather, the streets became oceans of choking dust. In wet weather, they turned into swamps. One scandalous, aside from several travelers, claimed that unlucky horses occasionally sank deep enough into muddy streets that teams of men had to pull them free with ropes. A wagon creaks slowly past you, now wheels groaning like tired bones. The driver barely glances in your direction. Newcomers arrive constantly here. Some carry dreams of gold. Others flee debts, failed marriages, or embarrassing scandals back east. The West attracts reinvention. It always has. Ahead, the town spreads outward in uneven lines. Most buildings are wooden and hastily built with false fronts extending upward to make simple shops appear larger and grander than they really are. It is architectural theater. Behind those impressive facades, many structures remain tiny and drafty. A gust of wind rattles a loose sign overhead. You pass a blacksmith shop first. Sparks leap briefly into the dark, while a hammer rings against hot iron. The sound echoes through the street with slow rhythm, almost comforting in its repetition. Nearby stands a barber shop with striped poles and dusty windows. Farther down sits a photographer's studio, promising portraits in only 15 minutes, though judging by the nervous expressions inside, the process probably feels much longer. You notice something else, too. Nearly everyone is watching everyone else. Frontier towns develop sharp instincts about strangers, because strangers sometimes bring trouble. Cattle thieves, gamblers, escaped prisoners, confidence men, and wandering drifters all move through these settlements constantly. Historians still argue whether Wild West towns were truly as violent as later legends claimed. Modern research suggests many frontier communities experienced fewer gunfights than popular films would later invent. Yet fear remains part of daily life, regardless. A drunk man stumbles from a saloon doorway ahead, laughing so hard he nearly falls face first into the mud. Two friends catch him by the shoulders and steer him away like sailors rescuing a sinking ship. The saloon doors swing closed behind them with a soft, wooden clap. Warm yellow light spills briefly onto the street before disappearing again. You continue onward slowly, hearing fragments of conversation drift through the air. English mixes with Spanish, German, Irish accents, Chinese dialects, and southern drawls from Texas cattle country. Frontier towns gather people from astonishing distances. The West often feels less isolated than modern imagination expects. A council decree from several Kansas cattle towns proves that local officials sometimes attempted to regulate everything from public drunkenness to wandering pigs. The pigs usually ignored these rules completely. And honestly, so did many humans. You pause outside a general store, whose windows display canned peaches, boots, tobacco tins, and sewing needles beside jars of mysterious patent medicines. Some promise to cure headaches. Others claim they restore masculine vigor, improve digestion, or defeat melancholy. A curious footnote from the era reveals that many such medicines contained surprising amounts of alcohol or narcotics. Frontier customers probably felt better for at least a few enthusiastic minutes. Inside the store, a tired clerk counts beans into sacks beneath flickering lamplight. You move on. The farther you walk, the louder the town becomes. Piano music drifts from one saloon while laughter erupts from another. Somewhere upstairs, someone argues violently in a language you cannot identify. Spurs clink against wooden sidewalks. Horses snort beside hitching posts. And overhead, the stars remain unbelievably bright. That surprises many travelers most of all. Even noisy frontier towns still sit surrounded by immense darkness. Step only a few streets beyond the lantern glow, and the wilderness begins immediately. Coyotes howl nearby at night. Wolves sometimes linger at the edges of settlements. During harsh winters, snowstorms can isolate entire towns for days. You glance toward the distant horizon now, where darkness stretches endlessly across open land. For a moment, it feels as though civilization itself is merely borrowing space from the prairie. A young newspaper boy rushes past, carrying fresh editions beneath his arm. His voice cuts sharply through the evening air as he shouts headlines about cattle prices and political arguments back east. Newspapers flourish in frontier towns because people crave connection to the wider world. Oddly enough, some editors openly exaggerated stories simply to outsell competitors. One editor reportedly described a minor fistfight as a savage frontier battle. The participants were apparently too drunk to remember it afterward. Scholars bicker over how much Wild West mythology began during the frontier itself, rather than later Hollywood inventions. Even in the 1880s, towns actively promoted dramatic reputations to attract visitors, investors, and railroad traffic. You finally stop before the largest building on the street, the hotel. Its windows glow warmly above you, while music hums faintly through the walls. Exhausted travelers lean against porch railings, smoking cigars. A woman waters dusty flowers near the entrance while pretending not to overhear nearby gossip. You climb the wooden steps slowly. The boards creak beneath your boots. Inside the lobby, smells of lamp oil, cigar smoke, damp wool coats, and old perfume. A tired clerk studies you from behind the desk without smiling. Frontier hospitality exists certainly, though suspicion arrives first. You sign your name into the register. The pen scratches softly across paper. And somewhere beyond the hotel walls, the Wild West continues breathing through the darkness, restless and unfinished, waiting for you to wander deeper into its strange and weary little towns. The next morning arrives slowly filtered through thin hotel curtains, stained yellow by years of coal smoke and prairie dust. You wake to the sound of boots thumping overhead wagon wheels, groaning outside, and a distant rooster who seems deeply offended by the existence of dawn itself. The mattress beneath you feels lumpy enough to qualify as mild frontier punishment, and the pillow smells faintly of old tobacco. Still, compared to sleeping outdoors beside a cattle trail, this is luxury. You dress quietly while pale sunlight creeps through the window. Outside, the town already stirs awake. Men in suspenders sweep yesterday's mud from wooden sidewalks, though new mud patiently waits below like an old enemy that cannot truly be defeated. A woman in a blue dress hangs laundry behind the hotel while muttering under her breath at a stubborn bedsheet twisting in the wind. The street feels different in daylight. Last night, the town glowed with mystery and noise. Morning reveals the practical machinery beneath the performance. You notice cracked windows patched with paper-warped boards, muddy wagon ruts deep enough to swallow a boot, and horses tied patiently outside nearly every business. Your mind drifts toward the sidewalks. Now, those long wooden pathways lifted slightly above the mud, like narrow little islands of civilization. Frontier towns depended heavily on them. Without boardwalks, pedestrians would spend half their lives ankle-deep in sludge. Records confirm that many Western towns required shopkeepers to build and maintain sidewalks directly outside their businesses. Some merchants complied enthusiastically. Others installed planks so crooked and unstable they resembled carnival attractions. You step carefully along one now. The boards creak beneath your weight, sometimes bending alarmingly before settling again. Through gaps between planks you glimpse muddy water below, reflecting broken patches of sky. Ahead, the barbershop door swings open. Warm air carrying scents of bay rum, shaving soap, and cigar smoke spills outward. Inside, several men sit reading newspapers while waiting their turn in heavy leather chairs. The barber himself works carefully with a straight razor against a customer's throat while maintaining a conversation about cattle prices. You notice how important these places become in frontier life. Barbershops serve partly as grooming, parlors partly as news exchanges, and partly as unofficial town councils where gossip spreads faster than disease. A curious footnote from several cattle towns reveals that barbers occasionally doubled as dentists. Frontier customers probably approached tooth extractions with the emotional enthusiasm of condemned prisoners. One elderly man waves you inside. You decline politely. At the far end of the street, children run laughing between wagon wheels, while their exhausted mothers shout warnings that nobody obeys. A dog naps directly in the middle of the sidewalk, as though completely certain civilization will arrange itself around him. Oddly enough, it usually does. You continue walking past storefronts painted with ambitious names like Grand Palace Hotel or Imperial Restaurant, though many contain only 2 cramped rooms and a cook who looks permanently irritated by humanity. Frontier optimism often appears larger than frontier reality. The scent changes as you move. Fresh bread drifts from a bakery run by German immigrants. Nearby comes the sharp smell of leather from a saddle-maker's shop. Then tobacco smoke, then horse manure, then perfume from a passing woman wearing feathers in her hat. Western towns never smell boring. A delivery wagon rattles by carrying barrels of whiskey. 2 men unloading them glance around nervously. That makes sense. Whiskey remains one of the town's most profitable commodities. Some frontier settlements reportedly contained more saloons than churches, schools, or grocery stores combined. One scandalous aside from travelers claimed that in certain cattle towns, a thirsty cowboy could fall drunk before reaching the end of a single block. Historians still argue whether frontier drinking was truly more excessive than in eastern cities, though saloons certainly dominated public life in many Western communities. You pause outside the photographer's studio you noticed last night. Its front window displays stiff portraits of families, soldiers, brides, and heavily mustached men attempting expressions of terrifying seriousness. Early photography requires subjects to remain still for surprisingly long periods. Smiling becomes risky business. Inside, painted backdrops depict elegant parlors and fancy gardens, entirely unrelated to frontier reality. A ranch hand coated in trail dust can suddenly appear posed beside imaginary marble columns like European royalty. There is something strangely touching about that. People here hunger for permanence. A photograph proves you existed in this uncertain place. Farther along the boardwalk, you hear hammering. A carpenter balances dangerously atop a roof while repairing storm damage from last week. Beside him, another worker paints a false front taller than the actual building behind it. These exaggerated facades become symbols of frontier ambition. Towns wish to appear prosperous, even before prosperity fully arrives. Arguments split along interesting lines about whether such architecture reflected optimism or insecurity. Perhaps both can exist together. A woman carrying market baskets brushes past you now. She nods politely but studies your face for a moment first. Frontier towns develop memories quickly. Residents learn who belongs and who does not. Strangers remain temporary mysteries until proven otherwise. Near the center of town stands the telegraph office, its wires stretching outward across enormous distances. The building itself looks modest, but its importance feels almost magical. Messages now cross territories in hours instead of weeks. One curious footnote from frontier newspapers describes cowboys gathering outside telegraph offices simply to watch operators work, convinced the clicking machines resembled some form of controlled sorcery. You can almost understand why. The steady clicking drifts faintly through the open doorway, now like metallic insects speaking secret language. Beside the office sits the town doctor's clinic. Its sign hangs crooked. The waiting room contains 2 chairs, 3 coughing patients, and a smell strong enough to peel wallpaper. Medical treatment in the frontier West remains unpredictable at best. Records confirm that many frontier doctors traveled enormous distances to visit isolated ranches or mining camps, often carrying limited supplies through terrible weather. Yet, oddly enough, several physicians also advertised miracle cures involving electric belts, mineral tonics, or alarming amounts of cocaine. The 19th century occasionally feels like civilization experimenting recklessly upon itself. You pass a small schoolhouse, where children recite lessons loudly enough for half the street to hear. Their teacher stands near the doorway, holding a ruler with enough authority to frighten nearby pigeons. Education matters deeply here. Parents understand that frontier hardship may eventually fade, but only if their children build something steadier afterward. For a moment, it feels as though the entire town balances between temporary chaos and permanent hope. You reach the far edge of the business district now, where the sidewalks end abruptly. Beyond lies open prairie rolling beneath bright morning light. A few scattered houses stand out there, among fences and scrub grass. Smoke curls lazily from chimneys. And suddenly the town behind you sounds smaller. That surprises many visitors, too. Wild West towns often appear enormous in legend, yet many contained only a few thousand residents. Some held far fewer. Their reputations grew larger than their actual size because stories traveled faster than accurate measurements. A horse whinnies nearby. The wind shifts softly across the grass. Behind you, the town continues hammering, sweeping, arguing, building, drinking, bargaining, and pretending it understands exactly what it is becoming. But nobody truly knows yet. Not even the people living inside it. By evening, the entire town seems to lean toward the saloons, as flowers lean toward sunlight. The muddy streets darken beneath lantern glow, while piano music drifts through the cooling air in uneven little waves. You hear laughter first, then shouting, then the familiar clap of swinging doors, opening and closing endlessly, as men wander in and out searching for warmth, company, distraction, or forgetfulness. Mostly forgetfulness. You stand outside one of the largest saloons, now watching shadows move behind smoky windows. The painted sign above the entrance promises fine whiskey card tables and civilized entertainment, though the broken window beside it quietly suggests civilization may have taken the evening off. A gust of wind carries scents of cigar smoke, stale beer, wet wool, and frying onions. Then you step inside. Warmth wraps around you immediately. Not clean warmth exactly, but crowded human warmth, thick with noise and motion. Oil lamps glow against walls stained dark by years of tobacco smoke. Sawdust covers the floor to absorb spilled drinks and mud tracked in from the street. Some saloons even sprinkle perfume or cheap cologne into the sawdust in desperate hope of improving the smell. The attempt rarely succeeds. Your ears slowly adjust to the chaos. A piano player hammers through a cheerful tune near the corner, while several cowboys sing loudly and badly beside him. Poker chips click steadily at green felt tables. Glasses knock together. Boots scrape across floorboards. Records confirm that saloons formed the social center of many Western towns during the 1880s. Men conducted business, they're collected mail, they're celebrated there, and occasionally destroyed friendships there after midnight. Oddly enough, many saloons also served surprisingly decent meals. You move carefully toward the long wooden bar, where exhausted bartenders slide drinks back and forth with the precision of veteran ship captains navigating rough seas. Behind them stand mirrors reflecting flickering lamplight alongside rows of bottles in amber green and clear glass. A bartender nods at you without smiling. He has the expression of a man who has already witnessed too much nonsense today. You order coffee instead of whiskey. This earns a brief look of suspicion from the cowboy beside you, who appears personally offended by sober behavior. His hat sits tilted dangerously backward, while trail dust still coats his boots. Cattle drivers often arrive in town after weeks or months on exhausting drives across open prairie. When they finally reach civilization, they spend money with astonishing speed. One scandalous, aside from frontier accounts, claims certain cowboys lost entire seasons of wages before sunrise through gambling, drinking, and questionable romantic decisions. Looking around this room that seems entirely believable. At the far poker table, tension hums quietly beneath polite conversation. Four men study their cards with expressions usually reserved for battlefield surgeons. Coins pile between whiskey glasses. Historians still argue whether gambling dominated frontier life as completely as legends later claimed. Yet records from cattle towns prove poker games often lasted all night, especially after large cattle sales or mining strikes. The piano player changes songs now. A woman in a red dress begins dancing slowly near the center of the room, while several men cheer louder than necessary. Dance hall performers occupy a strange social position in frontier towns. They earn independence and wages uncommon for many women of the era, yet respectable society often judges them harshly at the same time. Arguments split along fascinating lines about how much freedom these women truly possessed. You notice something else, too. Despite all the noise, many faces here look tired rather than joyful. A miner slumps asleep against the wall with his hat over his eyes. Two railroad workers sit silently drinking beer without speaking. An elderly man studies his empty glass, as though hoping it contains answers to old regrets. Frontier towns attract dreamers, certainly, but they also attract loneliness. Near the back wall hangs a large painting of green forests and peaceful rivers far removed from dusty cattle country. The canvas probably arrived from Chicago or St. Louis years ago. Somebody wanted this saloon to feel elegant once. Now cigar smoke curls across the artwork like slow-moving storm clouds. You settle into a chair near the corner and simply listen. Fragments of conversation drift around you. A rancher complains about fences cutting across old cattle routes. A gambler swears he once knew a famous outlaw personally. A traveling salesman attempts to convince anyone nearby that his miraculous hair tonic can restore youth dignity and romantic success simultaneously. One curious footnote from frontier newspapers reveals that some patent medicine salesmen performed musical shows or fake scientific demonstrations before selling their products. The Wild West occasionally resembles a carnival with firearms. At the bar, an argument briefly flares between two men over a card game. Chairs scrape backward. Several customers instinctively glance toward their revolvers. Then the bartender clears his throat. Strangely, that alone settles the matter. Records confirm many saloon owners discouraged gunfights because bullet holes damaged expensive mirrors and frightened paying customers. Frontier violence existed, certainly, but businessmen preferred profitable evenings over dramatic shootouts. That detail rarely appears in dime novels. You sip your coffee while smoke drifts lazily beneath the ceiling beams. Somewhere upstairs, footsteps creak softly. Many saloons contain gambling rooms, rented bedrooms, or hidden back offices where private deals occur far from public eyes. A waitress passes carrying drinks balanced expertly on a tray. She moves quickly enough to avoid wandering hands and drunken accidents. Her expression suggests she could survive a tornado through sheer irritation alone. Outside, the wind rattles against the building. For a moment, it feels as though the saloon floats like a warm island, surrounded by endless darkness. The piano slows into a softer tune now. Conversations lower slightly. A cowboy near the stove quietly removes a harmonica from his pocket and joins the melody with surprising gentleness. That is another truth about frontier towns. Beneath all the noise and swagger, moments of tenderness appear unexpectedly. Homesickness settles heavily upon many people here. Songs remind them of distant farms, eastern cities, old lovers, dead parents, or childhood summers before life became complicated by prairie dust and hard luck. No agreement has been reached on whether saloons harmed frontier communities more than they helped them. Ministers condemned them fiercely, yet isolated workers often found companionship there when little else existed nearby. The room grows warmer as the evening deepens. Lantern light flickers across tired faces. Whiskey bottles glow amber beside card tables. Outside, horses stomp softly near hitching rails beneath cold stars. And somewhere in the middle of all this smoke, laughter, exhaustion, loneliness, music, and spilled beer, you begin understanding what Wild West towns truly feel like. Not heroic, not lawless, just deeply human. Long after the saloon music fades into the night, you climb the narrow hotel staircase with slow and careful steps, partly from exhaustion and partly because the staircase itself appears uncertain about remaining upright. Every board creaks beneath your boots, somewhere down the hallway. Somebody coughs with frightening determination, while another guest snores loud enough to suggest medical significance. Frontier hotels rarely specialize in peace and quiet. Your room waits at the far end of the corridor beneath a flickering oil lamp. The wallpaper peels gently near the ceiling. A wash basin sits beside the bed, with cloudy water already losing its battle against cleanliness. Through the thin walls comes the muffled sound of laughter, footsteps, and a distant argument involving poker debts and possibly a missing boot. You sit heavily on the mattress. The bed complains immediately. Records confirm that lodging conditions in many Wild West towns varied wildly depending on the town's wealth and reputation. A prosperous railroad hotel might offer carpets, chandeliers, and imported wine. A cheaper boarding house often provided little beyond four walls and a mattress that felt personally hostile. Oddly enough, travelers sometimes shared beds with complete strangers during busy seasons simply because space ran out. You glance suspiciously at your pillow, now wondering what frontier diseases may have previously enjoyed residence there. The answer is probably all of them. A curious footnote from Frontier Diaries reveals constant complaints about fleas, bedbugs, and lice inside cheaper accommodations. One traveler famously described a hotel mattress as more alive than asleep. Another claimed he awoke to find a mouse calmly examining his mustache. You blow out a slow breath and remove your boots. Outside the window, the town still glows faintly beneath scattered lanterns. A horse trots through the muddy street below. Somewhere farther off, a piano continues playing for the truly determined drinkers who refuse surrender to sleep. You wash your face using cold water from the basin. The chill feels sharp and refreshing after the smoky saloon air. Frontier hotels rarely provide luxuries like indoor plumbing. Chamber pots remain common companions beneath beds across the American West, which creates unfortunate nighttime complications during crowded stays. Historians still argue whether frontier hygiene was truly worse than conditions in many eastern cities of the same period. Urban America during the 19th century often smelled astonishingly unpleasant regardless of geography. Still, there is something uniquely intimate about hearing your neighbor sneeze through a wall thin enough to qualify as paper. You lie back carefully. The mattress sags toward the center like an exhausted canoe. Springs groan beneath you. Yet despite the discomfort, your body welcomes rest after the long day wandering dusty streets. For a moment, it feels as though the whole building breathes together. Wind brushes softly against the windows. Floorboards shift. Pipes clank somewhere below. Human beings murmur and toss beneath blankets in nearby rooms. Frontier towns rarely sleep completely. Boarding houses especially become temporary worlds filled with strangers crossing paths for brief moments before vanishing again. Miners, traveling salesmen, ranchers, widows, railroad workers, card dealers, teachers, and drifters may all share one hallway for a single night before scattering across the continent by morning. You hear footsteps pause outside your door, then continue onward. A strange little tension always exists inside frontier hotels because nobody fully knows who occupies the next room. One scandalous, aside from Western newspapers, tells of respectable businessmen unknowingly sleeping beside escaped outlaws, while bounty hunters drank downstairs. The West enjoys disguises. Your mind drifts while you stare upward at the cracked ceiling. Earlier today, the town seemed loud and energetic beneath sunlight. Tonight, it feels lonelier somehow. That loneliness forms an important piece of frontier life, often hidden beneath legends about cowboys and gunfighters. Many people here live far from families they may never see again. Records confirm that countless frontier residents arrived carrying grief, failure, or unfinished pasts. The West promised reinvention, yes, but reinvention can become a lonely business. From somewhere downstairs comes the faint smell of coffee and wood smoke. The night clerk remains awake beside the lobby stove, probably reading old newspapers beneath dim lamplight while waiting for late arrivals. You imagine trains still moving across dark prairie miles beyond town, carrying more travelers westward through the night. Some dream of striking gold, others hope to buy land. Some simply wish to disappear into a place where nobody knows their name. A dog barks outside. Then silence settles again. You roll onto your side and notice initials carved into the wooden bed frame. Dozens of them overlap each other from years of restless guests passing through this room. Tiny permanent marks left behind by temporary lives. There is something strangely moving about that. A council decree from several frontier towns proves local officials occasionally tried regulating hotel behavior by imposing curfews, banning gambling upstairs, or limiting overcrowding. These rules often failed magnificently. Profit usually defeated morality before breakfast. And besides, overcrowding became unavoidable during cattle drives, mining booms, or railroad construction surges. Some hotels reportedly placed mattresses directly across dining room floors when every room filled completely. One curious footnote from travelers describes sleeping beneath billiard tables during especially busy seasons. Another recalled sharing space with a goat for warmth during winter. Frontier hospitality operated on flexible principles. The lamp outside your room flickers lower now. Beyond the curtains, cold prairie wind brushes through town streets, where muddy wagon tracks slowly harden beneath moonlight. The saloons finally quiet one by one. Stable horses settle into softer movements. Somewhere, a train whistle echoes faintly across the darkness, low and lonely. You begin noticing how sound behaves differently at night here. Every distant noise travels farther. Every creak feels sharper. Every human voice seems small against the enormous emptiness surrounding the town. Arguments split along interesting lines about whether frontier people experienced greater freedom or greater isolation than modern Americans. Perhaps both truths walked hand in hand beneath these same stars. Your eyelids grow heavier. The rough blanket scratches softly against your hands. The mattress still slopes badly. Something suspicious may still be moving near the corner wall, yet exhaustion wraps around all discomfort eventually. And as sleep slowly approaches, you realize Wild West towns are not built merely from saloons, sheriffs, or dusty legends. They are built from tired human beings searching for warmth at the end of difficult days. Tonight, like them, you simply hope the roof survives until morning. Morning returns with the heavy smell of wet horses and burnt coffee drifting through the hotel lobby. Outside, wagon wheels already grind through fresh mud, while shopkeepers unlock doors beneath pale gray skies. The town feels slower today, as though too many people stayed awake too late beneath saloon lanterns. You step onto the boardwalk and nearly collide with the town marshal. He moves with surprising quiet for a man carrying so much equipment. A revolver rests low on his hip, beside handcuffs, a worn leather notebook, and a badge dulled by years of handling. His coat hangs crooked. His eyes look tired enough to qualify as historical landmarks. Frontier lawmen rarely resemble the fearless heroes later painted by dime novels. Records confirm that many sheriffs and marshals spent most of their time dealing with ordinary problems rather than dramatic gunfights. Lost livestock, drunken brawls, property disputes, unpaid debts, and wandering prisoners filled their schedules far more often than legendary shootouts at high noon. The marshal nods toward you politely before continuing down the street. A boy runs after him carrying papers. Apparently, someone's pig escaped again. Oddly enough, loose livestock caused astonishing trouble in frontier towns. Cows wandered into saloons. Chickens invaded hotel kitchens. Pigs rooted through muddy streets like determined little criminals. One council decree from a Kansas cattle town specifically banned riding horses through barber shops after several deeply unfortunate incidents. You follow the marshal from a distance, now curious about how order survives in a place still half unfinished. The town around you hums awake slowly. A blacksmith pounds glowing iron while steam rises from horses standing in chilly morning air. Women sweep dust from storefronts, already losing the battle against dirt. Near the telegraph office, two ranchers argue over fencing boundaries with the grim seriousness usually reserved for international diplomacy. Frontier law lives everywhere here, not just inside courtrooms. The marshal pauses outside the saloon you visited last night. Two exhausted men sit slumped on the porch steps beside broken whiskey bottles. One appears asleep. The other appears spiritually damaged by poker. Without raising his voice, the marshal tells them to move along. Remarkably, they obey. Historians still argue whether respect or exhaustion gave frontier lawmen most of their authority. Many communities simply could not afford constant violence. Businesses needed stability. Railroads demanded order. Investors preferred towns where customers survived long enough to spend money. That practical reality often mattered more than heroic ideals. You continue walking behind the marshal as he heads toward the jailhouse near the center of town. The building itself looks plain and sturdy, constructed from thick timber with iron bars across narrow windows. A drunk inside sings softly to himself with heartbreaking confidence in his musical talent. A curious footnote from Frontier Records reveals that local jails sometimes housed prisoners' drunks, stray dogs, and mentally ill wanderers simultaneously. The 19th century maintained very flexible definitions of public inconvenience. The marshal steps inside. You linger near the doorway, listening. Paperwork rustles, keys jingle. Somebody complains loudly about unfair treatment, despite apparently punching a barber the previous evening. The marshal responds with patient silence, perfected through long experience. Lawmen in Wild West towns often walk dangerous lines between authority and diplomacy. Many personally know nearly everyone they arrest. Small towns do not allow much emotional distance. You notice something else, too. The marshal carries no theatrical swagger. Hollywood later imagines frontier sheriffs marching dramatically through dusty streets, while music swells behind them. Real lawmen often look more like exhausted accountants carrying revolvers. Records confirm that many frontier marshals earned modest wages while facing significant risks. Some supplemented income through side businesses or ranch work. Others rotated in and out of law enforcement entirely because towns struggled to maintain steady funding. One scandalous aside from Western newspapers tells of a sheriff temporarily abandoning office duties to search for better poker opportunities in another county. Frontier professionalism occasionally wandered off unsupervised. The marshal exits the jailhouse now and heads toward the general store. A woman stops him halfway there. You overhear fragments of worried conversation involving missing chickens, suspicious footprints, and a neighbor she already disliked before the theft occurred. The marshal listens carefully while writing notes into his worn little notebook. This, too, is frontier justice, quiet conversations beside muddy sidewalks. Not every problem ends in gunfire. Farther down the street, several cowboys suddenly begin shouting at one another outside the saloon. The tension sharpens instantly. Boots scrape wood. Hands drift lower toward belt buckles. The marshal sighs, not dramatically, just tired. He walks toward them with the weary posture of a school teacher approaching boys already halfway through, destroying the classroom. For a moment, it feels as though the entire street pauses to watch. The cowboys glare at each other beneath dusty hats, while nearby shopkeepers pretend not to stare openly. One man mutters something unpleasant. Another spits into the mud. Then the marshal speaks quietly. You cannot hear the words, but slowly the tension dissolves. One cowboy shrugs. Another laughs awkwardly. A third wanders back inside for more whiskey, as though nothing happened at all. Oddly enough, many frontier confrontations ended exactly this way. Scholars bicker over how much Western violence later became exaggerated through newspapers, novels, and traveling shows hungry for dramatic stories. Quiet prevention rarely sells tickets. You continue walking through town while the marshal disappears into another side street. The morning grows brighter now. Sunlight glows against false front buildings and muddy wagon tracks. Laundry flaps behind boarding houses. Near the schoolhouse, children chase one another with sticks pretending to be outlaws and sheriffs already. Mythology forms quickly in America. A council decree from several western towns proves some communities banned carrying firearms within city limits unless travelers surrendered weapons temporarily to local lawmen. Visitors often ignored these rules, though merchants strongly supported them after too many drunken accidents shattered windows and customer confidence alike. You pass the newspaper office where fresh editions dry near the window. Headlines mention cattle prices, railroad expansion, and a sensational robbery 2 territories away. Frontier readers hunger for tales of danger, partly because daily life already feels uncertain enough. And yet most mornings remain ordinary. That may be the strangest truth about Wild West towns. People wake early. They argue about property lines. They lose livestock. They drink too much coffee. They gossip beside barber chairs. They repair roofs damaged by wind. Life continues, even here at the edge of a changing continent. As the church bell rings softly across the muddy streets, you realize frontier law was never truly about taming wild gunfighters beneath blazing suns. It was about convincing exhausted human beings to keep living beside one another day. By late afternoon, the town softens beneath golden light and drifting chimney smoke. The muddy streets still groan beneath wagon wheels, but the frantic energy of morning has settled into slower rhythms now. Laundry hangs between buildings like faded flags. Somewhere nearby, bread cools beside an open window, filling the air with warm yeast and smoke. You begin noticing the women of the town more clearly, not because they suddenly appear, but because you finally understand how much invisible labor surrounds frontier life. Men often dominate the loudest stories of the American West. Cowboys thunder through legends. Sheriffs stride across newspaper headlines. Gamblers lean dramatically over poker tables. Meanwhile, women quietly keep entire towns alive. Records confirm that frontier women worked in astonishing variety during the 1880s. Some ran boarding houses, others cooked in restaurants, washed laundry, taught school children, operated shops, stitched clothing, tended gardens, delivered babies, or managed family finances, while husbands vanished for weeks driving cattle or searching for mining work. Without them, most frontier settlements would have collapsed into mud and whiskey almost immediately. You pass a laundry business now, where steam pours from open windows despite the warm day. Inside, several women scrub shirts against washboards with practiced fury. Their sleeves remain rolled high while soap suds coat tired hands already roughened by endless labor. One woman laughs sharply at a joke you cannot hear. Another pauses briefly to stretch her aching shoulders before returning to work. Laundry becomes serious business in Wild West towns because nearly everyone arrives filthy. Cowboys spend weeks sleeping beside cattle trails. Railroad workers carry coal soot into every building. Miners emerge from shafts looking partially excavated themselves. A curious footnote from frontier advertisements reveals that some laundresses specifically promised customers they would return clothing mostly free of trail odors, which feels admirably honest. The street ahead smells of starch wood smoke, horse sweat, and fresh bread all mixed together. You continue onward toward a boarding house with flower pots balanced carefully along the porch railings. A widow named Mrs. Abernathy runs the place with military precision. At least 3 traveling salesmen and 1 local dentist already fear her deeply. Oddly enough, boarding house owners often wield enormous unofficial influence inside frontier communities. They overhear gossip, settle disputes, monitor behavior, and quietly decide which tenants deserve trust. You glimpse Mrs. Abernathy through the doorway now. She stands in the dining room, directing 2 teenage girls setting tables for supper. Her movements appear calm, though her eyes suggest she could survive a tornado armed only with disappointment. Records confirm many widows in the American West gained unusual economic independence compared to women in older Eastern communities. Property shortages and labor demands opened opportunities unavailable elsewhere. Historians still argue whether frontier life genuinely expanded freedom for women or simply forced them into harsher responsibilities. Probably both truths lived side by side. Near the center of town, you pass a milliner shop displaying ribbons, gloves, and elegant hats behind dusty glass. Inside, two women study fabric samples while discussing somebody's scandalous marriage troubles in voices low enough to attract maximum curiosity. Fashion matters here more than outsiders sometimes expect. Even rough frontier settlements contain fierce concern about appearance and social standing. A respectable dress signals stability in places where stability remains painfully fragile. One scandalous aside from Western newspapers tells of women ordering expensive Paris fashions while living in mining camps surrounded entirely by mud whiskey barrels and burros. Human beings rarely abandon vanity willingly. You hear piano music drifting faintly from the dance hall now. During daylight, the place feels quieter, almost melancholy, compared to nighttime chaos. A young woman sweeps the front steps while another repairs costume feathers near the doorway. Dance hall workers occupy complicated positions in frontier society. Some earn excellent money compared to other available jobs. Others endure dangerous conditions and constant public judgment. Yet many support families through this work, especially in boom towns where opportunities remain uneven. Arguments split along fascinating lines about whether dance halls empowered women economically or trapped them inside exploitative systems. Frontier reality rarely fits neatly into heroic categories. You stop beside the schoolhouse next. Its teacher, Miss Holloway, dismisses children for the day while trying unsuccessfully to maintain orderly lines. The students burst outside like freed prisoners, instantly scattering across the street in all directions. Miss Holloway sighs softly. Teachers in Western towns often arrive from Eastern states, carrying idealistic visions of civilization and refinement. Then frontier children introduce them to practical reality within approximately 40 minutes. Records confirm that many female teachers boarded with local families because towns lacked proper housing. Their salaries usually remained low despite long hours and enormous responsibilities. Still, communities valued schools deeply. A council decree from several frontier territories proves local governments aggressively promoted education as proof their settlements deserved permanence and respectability. A schoolhouse announced that a town intended to survive. Farther down the boardwalk, you notice another woman balancing account books behind the counter of a general store while her husband unloads freight outside. She works quietly, efficiently, almost invisibly, yet you suspect she remembers every debt owed in town. That hidden expertise fascinates you. So much frontier labor happens without public recognition. Women preserve food for winters, sew clothing by lamplight, nurse sick neighbors, manage family businesses, and create social networks holding entire communities together. Without those networks, isolation would swallow people whole. The evening breeze shifts now, carrying scents of sagebrush and distant rain across town. Somewhere nearby, church bells ring softly while wagons continue creaking through muddy streets. You pass a small garden beside one modest home where herbs grow carefully inside wooden boxes. Mint, rosemary, lavender. For a moment, it feels strangely peaceful. A curious footnote from Frontier Diaries reveals many women planted flowers specifically to soften the harshness of Western settlements. Tiny islands of beauty mattered enormously amid dust and uncertainty. The frontier often appears masculine in popular memory because loud stories survive best. Gunfights echo through history books more dramatically than washing laundry or teaching arithmetic. But standing here now, beneath fading sunlight, you begin understanding something important. Wild West towns are not sustained by violence. They are sustained by cooking, fires, clean shirts, careful bookkeeping, school lessons, stitched blankets, watered gardens, and women who quietly refuse to let civilization collapse into chaos. As evening lanterns begin glowing once more across the muddy streets, the town seems gentler somehow. Still rough, still unfinished, but undeniably alive. A few days later, your journey carries you farther west into rougher country, where the land rises in dusty hills streaked with pine and broken stone. The train leaves you beside a settlement barely old enough to have proper streets, yet already loud enough to sound permanent. This is a boom town, or at least everyone desperately hopes it will become one. The entire place smells of fresh lumber, dynamite, smoke, horse sweat, and ambition. Everywhere you look, men hammer boards together with frantic urgency while wagons rattle past, carrying mining equipment, barrels of whiskey, sacks of flour, and occasionally chickens, who appear deeply skeptical of the whole enterprise. Only months earlier, this valley held almost nothing beyond scattered brush and silent rock. Then somebody discovered gold. Records confirm that mining strikes transformed enormous stretches of the American West during the 19th century. A rumor alone could summon thousands of fortune seekers into remote wilderness almost overnight. Newspapers amplified every discovery with breathless enthusiasm because excitement sold copies faster than caution ever could. One curious footnote from mining history reveals that some prospectors chased completely false rumors for weeks before realizing the gold strike either never existed or had already vanished beneath crowds of desperate newcomers. Hope travels faster than facts. You step carefully through the muddy main street, while construction noise crashes around you from every direction. Men balance atop rooftops, hammering shingles into place. Fresh sawdust drifts through the air like pale snow. A blacksmith curses loudly after dropping hot iron into a puddle. Nothing here feels settled. Even the buildings seem temporary, as though strong wind might scatter them across the hills by morning. Yet the people arriving carry astonishing confidence. You hear accents from New York, Texas, Ireland, Germany, Mexico, China, and places even farther away. Boom towns gather humanity the way storms gather clouds. A young miner brushes past you carrying a pickaxe over one shoulder and a revolver on his hip. His face remains coated with gray dust, except where sweat carved narrow lines through the dirt. He cannot be older than 20. Oddly enough, many mining towns filled with extremely young men convinced they stood one lucky discovery away from wealth. Some succeeded. Most did not. Historians still argue whether mining booms created more prosperity or more disappointment across the frontier West. Fortune certainly emerged from the earth. So did bankruptcies, injuries, and ghost towns. You pass a line of canvas tents flapping beside unfinished wooden buildings. Temporary shelters become permanent surprisingly often here. Some families live for years in Maya structures originally intended to survive only weeks. A woman kneels outside one tent, washing dishes in cold water, while nearby, children chase each other through mud puddles. Frontier family life adapts quickly when necessary. Farther uphill, you hear explosions echo faintly from the mines. The sound rolls across the valley like distant thunder. Records confirm mining remained brutally dangerous work during the 1880s. Cave-ins, explosions, poisonous gases, and collapsing equipment killed workers regularly. Yet prospectors kept arriving because the possibility of sudden wealth burned brighter than fear. One scandalous, aside from Western newspapers, tells of miners celebrating major gold discoveries by immediately spending half their earnings on champagne gambling and regrettable haircuts. The frontier economy occasionally behaves like a fever dream. You continue through town, past crowded supply stores, where merchants charge astonishing prices for simple necessities. Eggs, boots, candles, flour, coffee, and whiskey all cost more in isolated boomtowns because transportation remains difficult, and merchants know desperate people will pay almost anything. A council decree from several mining territories proves local officials repeatedly tried controlling price gouging during boom periods. These efforts usually failed with impressive consistency. Near the center of town, you notice a long line outside the assay office where miners bring ore samples hoping for good news. Faces there carry a particular expression, balancing exhaustion against fragile optimism. You understand it immediately. Every person in line imagines a different future. A gray-bearded prospector sits outside the building, sharpening tools while quietly smoking a pipe. His clothes appear ancient enough to possess historical memories of their own. He watches newcomers with tired amusement. Perhaps he has seen too many boomtowns already. A curious footnote from Frontier Diaries reveals experienced prospectors often mocked enthusiastic beginners who arrived carrying expensive equipment and impossible dreams. Veteran miners trusted stubborn patience more than optimism. The street narrows ahead beside gambling halls already crowded before sunset. Boomtowns attract vice quickly because sudden money attracts everything else shortly afterward. Piano music spills from open saloon doors. Laughter erupts somewhere upstairs. A drunken miner attempts singing with such tragic confidence that nearby mules seem emotionally affected. Yet beneath all the noise lurks uncertainty. You notice unfinished buildings abandoned halfway through construction. One hotel already leans slightly sideways, despite being only weeks old. Several storefronts stand empty because owners apparently vanished chasing newer rumors elsewhere. Boomtowns live nervously. Everyone understands prosperity might disappear as suddenly as it arrived. Arguments split along fascinating lines about how many Western mining towns ever achieved true stability. Some evolved into thriving cities. Others collapsed almost immediately once ore deposits weakened or railroad routes shifted elsewhere. Ghost towns begin as hopeful places first. That thought lingers with you. Toward evening, you climb a nearby hillside overlooking the settlement below. From here, the boomtown resembles a scattered patchwork of lantern light, chimney smoke tents, and muddy streets pressed awkwardly against the wilderness. The mountains surrounding it remain vast and indifferent. For a moment, it feels as though human ambition itself has gathered in the valley below, noisy and temporary beneath ancient stone. Records confirm some boomtown populations doubled within weeks during major strikes. Yet, oddly enough, many residents still attempted ordinary domestic routines amid the chaos. People planted gardens beside saloons, Teachers organized schools before proper roofs existed. Ministers held church services inside gambling halls on Sunday mornings. Civilization arrives in strange little pieces. As darkness settles slowly over the hills, the sounds of the town continue rising upward toward you. Hammering, music, laughter, arguments, wagon wheels, distant mining blasts, all of it woven together by restless hope. And somewhere beneath those rocky hillsides, thousands of men continue digging through darkness, searching for a glittering promise that may or may not truly exist at all. By sunrise, the boomtown sounds like a giant wooden machine, trying desperately to assemble itself before collapsing apart. Hammering begins almost immediately after dawn. Saw blades shriek through fresh pine boards. Horses strain against heavy wagons loaded with lumber, while foremen shout instructions nobody fully obeys. The entire settlement smells of sap smoke, wet earth, and hot metal. You walk through streets still half covered in mud, while carpenters balance overhead on unfinished rooftops. Everywhere something is being built, repaired, expanded, reinforced, or rebuilt after yesterday's mistakes. Wild West towns spend enormous energy simply holding themselves together. Records confirm that frontier construction moved with astonishing speed during major boom periods. Buildings often rose in only days, using rough-cut lumber shipped by railroad or chopped from nearby forests. Precision mattered less than urgency, and urgency lives everywhere here. A carpenter, carrying planks, nearly collides with you before swerving sideways at the last moment. He mutters an apology through a mouthful of nails and disappears toward a half-finished hotel where workers already hammer above the second floor. Oddly enough, many frontier buildings remained permanently unfinished. Owners planned grand additions or decorative improvements that never quite arrived before money vanished. Fires erupted, or economic fortunes shifted elsewhere. The West specializes in interrupted ambitions. You pause beside a blacksmith shop where sparks burst through the doorway like angry fireflies. Inside, the heat feels overwhelming even in morning coolness. A broad-shouldered smith pounds glowing iron into horseshoes while sweat drips from his beard onto the dirt floor. The rhythmic clang echoes through the street. Blacksmiths rank among the most essential workers in frontier towns. They repair wagon wheels, shoe horses, mend farming tools, fix mining equipment, and occasionally create improvised machinery from whatever scraps happen available. Records confirm some isolated blacksmiths became local celebrities simply because entire communities depended upon their skills. One curious footnote from frontier accounts describes a smith who repaired everything from broken rifles to church bells using techniques nobody else fully understood. His customers apparently considered him half craftsman and half wizard. You continue onward, while construction noise swells around you from every direction. Men carry windows carefully across muddy streets. Painters coat storefronts with bright lettering promising prosperity and permanence. A barber hangs mirrors inside a newly opened shop while swearing creatively about crooked nails. The strange thing is how temporary it all still feels. Fresh lumber creaks beneath every footstep. Canvas roofs flap uncertainly in the wind. Buildings lean slightly sideways before settling into place. Entire streets resemble theatrical scenery, erected too quickly before opening night. Historians still argue whether frontier towns were genuinely chaotic or merely appeared chaotic to Eastern visitors accustomed to older cities. Many Western settlements actually organized themselves surprisingly fast despite harsh conditions. Still standing here now, the place feels wonderfully improvised. You pass a crew installing wooden sidewalks beside the muddy road. One worker balances carefully while another measures boards with exaggerated seriousness. Nearby children immediately begin running across unfinished planks despite repeated warnings. A council decree from several cattle towns proves local governments obsessed over sidewalks because muddy streets caused endless injuries, lawsuits, and public complaints. Yet heavy rain often destroyed repairs almost as quickly as workers completed them. The mud always waits patiently beneath civilization. Farther ahead, you discover the source of a powerful pine scent drifting across town. A lumber yard stretches behind the main street, stacked high with fresh timber. Men saw logs continuously while wagons arrive carrying new loads from nearby forests. The sound becomes hypnotic after a while. Saw blades rasping, hammers ringing, axes chopping, horses snorting. A whole frontier symphony performed entirely in wood and iron. One scandalous aside from Western newspapers tells of several boom towns accidentally constructing buildings too close together because developers prioritized speed over planning. Fires later spread through these settlements with horrifying efficiency. That danger lingers everywhere you look. Most frontier towns remain built largely from dry wood, heated by stoves, lanterns, candles, cigars, and open flames. Chimneys crack, sparks drift, careless drunks exist in alarming quantities. Every building feels slightly flammable. You notice workers digging a narrow trench beside the street now. They plan to install better drainage before the next storm transforms town into swamp again. One man wipes mud from his face and laughs bitterly when his shovel immediately sinks deeper into wet ground. Frontier improvement projects often resemble arguments against nature itself. Records confirm Western towns invested heavily in basic infrastructure once early boom profits stabilized. Wells, water towers, sidewalks, schools, telegraph offices, and fire brigades all signaled growing permanence. Civilization arrives board by board. You stop beside a newly completed restaurant where the owner proudly sweeps dust from the porch, despite dust returning almost instantly. Inside, tables already filled with railroad workers eating enormous breakfasts of biscuits, beans, salt pork, and coffee black enough to dissolve regret. The owner smiles proudly at the crowded room. That expression matters. Many frontier residents believe deeply in their towns despite constant hardship. They imagine future brick buildings replacing temporary wood. They picture opera houses, libraries, paved streets, electric lights. Sometimes those dreams even come true. Arguments split along fascinating lines about how consciously Western communities tried imitating Eastern respectability. Boomtowns often balanced rough frontier realities against intense desire for refinement. One curious footnote from mining camps reveals residents occasionally imported pianos before proper sewage systems existed. Human priorities remain wonderfully confusing. Toward afternoon, dark clouds gather slowly over the hills. Wind rattles loose signs and carries sawdust swirling through the streets. Workers glance upward nervously, but continue hammering anyway. Deadlines matter. Weather rarely negotiates. You take shelter beneath the porch of a hardware store, while rain begins falling in scattered drops against rooftops and muddy streets below. The smell of wet lumber rises immediately sharp and earthy. Across town, Construction crews scramble to cover supplies before the storm strengthens. For a moment, it feels as though the entire settlement balances delicately between creation and destruction. That may be the truest feeling of all inside Wild West towns. Nothing here feels fully finished. Not the streets, not the buildings, not the people themselves. And yet, despite the mud exhaustion, collapsing roofs, and endless hammering, they keep building anyway, beneath the enormous western sky. The cattle drive arrives just before sunset. You hear it long before you see it. A low rolling thunder drifts across the prairie. Beyond town, mixed with shouts, cracking whips, creaking leather, and the endless, restless sound of thousands of hooves striking dry earth. Townspeople emerge onto porches and boardwalks, almost automatically drawn by instinct toward the commotion. Then the herd finally appears. Dust rises behind the cattle like storm clouds, while cowboys guide the animals slowly toward holding pens outside town. The riders sit slumped with exhaustion after weeks on the trail. Their hats sag. Their faces remain darkened by sun and dust. Some have not slept properly in days. And yet the moment they reach town, everything changes. Wild West cattle towns live for these arrivals. Records confirm that during the great cattle boom of the 1870s and 1880s, towns along major rail lines became gathering points where enormous herds arrived before shipment eastward. Abilene Dodge City and other cattle centers transformed seasonally into roaring centers of trade, drinking, gambling, and temporary chaos. Money suddenly floods the streets. You stand beside the boardwalk watching cowboys dismount stiffly outside the saloons. One man nearly collapses after his boots touch solid ground, though he immediately recovers once whiskey becomes visible nearby. Oddly enough, many trail hands were astonishingly young. Some cowboys barely reached adulthood before spending months crossing dangerous terrain with cattle herds. The mythology surrounding them grows larger later. Reality looks dustier and far more tired. You follow the riders toward the business district now, while townspeople watch with mixed emotions. Merchants smile broadly because customers have arrived carrying fresh wages. Hotel owners prepare crowded rooms. Bartenders polish glasses eagerly. Meanwhile, respectable families quietly prepare for noise, drunkenness, and occasional property damage. A council decree from several Kansas cattle towns proves local officials repeatedly attempted regulating cowboy behavior during drive seasons. Restrictions targeted firearms gambling, public intoxication, horse racing through town, and bathing in public water barrels. Apparently, all these activities required official discouragement. The first saloon doors swing open before the cowboys even reach them fully. Warm lamplight spills into the street. Piano music erupts louder. Somebody inside cheers as though victorious soldiers have returned from war. In certain ways, perhaps they have. Trail driving remains brutal work. Cowboys sleep outdoors through storms, cross dangerous rivers, endure stampedes, and spend endless days breathing dust beneath burning sun. Records confirm many earned surprisingly modest wages, considering the hardships involved. One curious footnote from Cattle Trail Diaries reveals cowboys often smelled so powerfully after long drives that hotel owners sometimes demanded extra cleaning fees or assigned them separate lodging entirely. Looking at the men entering town now that policy seems understandable, you step aside as several riders hurry toward a gambling hall already glowing with lantern light. Their exhaustion evaporates beneath sudden excitement. Laughter echoes through the muddy street, while coins jingle in pockets, waiting impatiently to disappear. And disappear they will. Historians still argue whether cowboy spending habits were truly as reckless as Western legend suggests. Yet countless frontier accounts describe trail hands losing wages rapidly through gambling, alcohol, fancy clothing, expensive meals, and attempts to impress dance hall performers. Months of hardship often ended in only a few extravagant nights. You pass a clothing store where cowboys crowd the windows, admiring polished boots, embroidered shirts, silver watch chains, and broad-brimmed hats far finer than trail gear. After weeks, sleeping beside cattle luxury becomes irresistible. Inside one barber shop, a line already stretches toward the door. A hot shave and proper bath suddenly rank among civilization's greatest miracles. One scandalous aside from Western memoirs tells of cowboys occasionally purchasing entire new outfits before promptly losing them during drunken card games later the same evening. The frontier economy depends heavily on optimism and poor financial decisions. The streets grow louder as darkness settles fully over town. Lanterns sway overhead while muddy wagon ruts gleam beneath yellow light. Horses crowd hitching rails outside every saloon. Music spills from open windows in overlapping waves. Yet beneath the celebration, you notice traces of loneliness again. Some cowboys linger quietly at the edges of the crowd. One young rider studies a family eating supper inside a restaurant window with strange, distant sadness. Another sits alone outside the hotel, slowly cleaning his revolver beneath starlight. Life on cattle trails isolates people deeply. Records confirm many cowboys drifted constantly between jobs towns and territories without stable homes. Popular mythology later transforms them into symbols of freedom, though freedom often arrived tangled tightly with uncertainty. Arguments split along interesting lines about how accurately dime novels portrayed cowboy culture. Real trail hands spent far more time repairing equipment, managing livestock, and enduring boredom than engaging in dramatic gunfights. Still, the image grows powerful. You hear harmonica music drifting softly from the edge of town now, where several riders sit around a small fire near the cattle pens. Their voices remain low and relaxed, away from saloon chaos. For a moment, it feels strangely peaceful. The cattle themselves settle gradually into quieter movement, while dust drifts through moonlight above their backs. Beyond them stretches the open prairie they crossed for weeks to reach this place. Tomorrow the herd may board railroad cars heading east. Tomorrow the cowboys may gamble away half their wages. Tomorrow fights might erupt. Hearts may break. Somebody may disappear toward another territory, chasing another trail. But tonight the town glows warmly around them. A curious footnote from frontier newspapers describes local businesses decorating streets during major cattle arrivals because prosperous drives meant survival for entire communities. A successful season paid debts, built schools, expanded hotels, and funded future growth. So when the cowboys ride in, the whole town breathes easier. You stand quietly beneath the lanterns, watching tired riders vanish through saloon doors one by one into smoke music, whiskey, and temporary celebration. The frontier has many sounds. Tonight it sounds like boots finally stepping off the trail. The railroad arrives before breakfast, shrieking across the prairie beneath a cloud of black smoke that spreads slowly through the morning sky. Even from several streets away, you feel the vibration first. Windows tremble softly. Horses toss their heads nervously beside hitching rails. Somewhere, A dog begins barking at the enormous iron machine charging toward town. Then the locomotive bursts into view beside the depot. Steam hisses, metal groans, brakes scream against wheels, and suddenly the quiet frontier morning becomes crowded with motion. You walk toward the station along muddy streets, already filling with townspeople. Railroad days transform entire communities. Merchants wait eagerly for supplies. Families gather for letters from distant relatives. Hotel clerks hope for paying guests. Drifters search for opportunity. Children simply want to stare at the train itself, which still feels half mechanical invention and half mythical beast. Records confirm that railroads reshaped the American West more completely than almost any other force during the 19th century. Entire towns survived or vanished depending on where tracks appeared. A new rail connection could transform isolated settlements into thriving commercial centers almost overnight. The depot smells of coal smoke, hot iron, wet wood, and human anticipation. Porters unload crates marked from Chicago, St. Louis, New York, and San Francisco. You spot barrels of nails, sewing machines, canned peaches, whiskey cases, newspapers, bolts of fabric, and mysterious wooden boxes labeled fragile in optimistic lettering. Everything in frontier life depends upon movement. A curious footnote from railroad records reveals Western towns sometimes celebrated the arrival of ordinary goods with near-religious enthusiasm. Fresh oranges, oysters, packed in ice, or Eastern newspapers, only days old, could attract enormous attention. Distance behaves differently now. The telegraph shrank communication. Railroads shrink the continent itself. You stand near the platform while passengers descend carefully from crowded rail cars. Some appear wealthy and polished in dark coats and expensive hats. Others carry nearly everything they own inside battered trunks or cloth bundles. One elderly woman steps onto the platform clutching a bird cage. A tired father carries a sleeping child against his shoulder, while his wife studies the unfamiliar town with uncertain eyes. Nearby, several young men immediately begin asking directions toward saloons before even collecting luggage. The frontier receives everyone eventually. Historians still argue whether railroads civilized the West or merely accelerated existing patterns of exploitation and expansion. The tracks bring opportunity, certainly, but they also carry land speculation, environmental destruction, corporate power, and cultural upheaval directly into fragile communities. You notice several Chinese laborers unloading freight near the rear cars now. Their movements remain quick and practiced despite long hours. Many helped build the very railroads transforming the West, yet frontier prejudice often isolates them socially despite their essential contributions. Arguments split sharply over how Western history later minimized immigrant labor in favor of romantic cowboy mythology. The reality feels far more crowded and complicated. A sharply dressed salesman steps off the train carrying sample cases full of watches and patent medicines. Another traveler arrives promoting agricultural machinery supposedly capable of revolutionizing farming forever. Frontier towns attract salesmen the way lanterns attract moths. One scandalous aside from Western newspapers tells of fraudulent inventors touring frontier settlements with fake scientific devices guaranteed to cure baldness, weakness, laziness, and disappointing marriages simultaneously. Apparently, the 19th century possessed endless confidence in miracle machinery. You move closer to the freight platform, where workers stack supplies into towering piles. The The station master shouts instructions while checking manifests against thick ledgers already smudged by coal dust. Records confirm railroad depots often became the beating commercial heart of frontier towns. Businesses clustered nearby because proximity to freight lines meant survival. Delayed shipments could cripple entire communities waiting on tools, medicine, food, or building supplies. The train itself towers above you now. Its metal sides radiate warmth. Steam curls upward through sunlight, while passengers continue pouring onto the platform, carrying hopes, fears, debts, ambitions, and exhaustion. For a moment, it feels as though the entire American continent flows through this station in muddy boots. You overhear conversations everywhere. A rancher complains about falling cattle prices back east. A widow asks directions to her brother's homestead. Two miners argue over rumors of silver discoveries farther west. A preacher distributes pamphlets nobody appears eager to read. The railroad gathers all human stories together briefly before scattering them outward again. Oddly enough, many frontier residents initially distrusted trains deeply. Early locomotives terrified livestock, caused fires from flying sparks, and introduced unsettling numbers of strangers into isolated regions. Yet communities quickly became dependent upon them anyway. A council decree from several western towns proves local officials regulated train schedules obsessively because delayed freight deliveries caused economic panic almost immediately. The frontier may celebrate independence, but it also relies heavily upon supply chains. Near the telegraph office, newspaper boys already shout headlines freshly delivered from eastern cities. Political scandals in Washington, financial troubles in New York, a boxing match in Chicago. Frontier residents remain surprisingly connected to national life despite enormous distances. One curious footnote from Frontier Diaries reveals some settlers measured personal importance by how quickly Eastern newspapers reached their towns. Faster delivery meant civilization felt closer. You understand that feeling now. The train whistle echoes again across open prairie beyond town. Several passengers board for departure while newcomers continue arriving. The entire station exists in constant transition, never fully settled. Much like the frontier itself, you wander toward the edge of the platform where railroad tracks stretch endlessly toward the horizon. Steel rails flash beneath sunlight before disappearing into distance. Somewhere beyond them lies the east with its crowded cities, brick buildings, factories, and familiar certainties. Behind you waits the rough, unfinished west still struggling to define itself. And directly beneath your boots, the railroad binds both worlds together with iron. Records confirm many Americans believed railroads represented progress itself during the 19th century. Others feared the same tracks would eventually destroy the independence and wildness defining frontier life. No agreement has been reached on whether they were right. But standing here beside the hissing locomotive while smoke drifts upward into the western sky, you can already feel the frontier changing. Faster now, more crowded, more connected. The old isolation is beginning to disappear, one whistle at a time. Before dawn fully arrives, the town already smells of coffee. Not delicate coffee either. Frontier coffee arrives thick, bitter, smoky, and strong enough to revive exhausted cattle after a difficult winter. You wake inside the hotel to the sound of pans clattering downstairs, while somebody in the hallway stomps around wearing boots, apparently forged from anvils. The sky outside remains deep blue, with only a pale hint of morning touching the horizon. Yet the restaurants are already filling. You pull on your coat and follow the smell downstairs into the cold air. Smoke rises from chimneys across town, while lanterns still glow faintly behind frosted windows. A wagon rattles past, carrying milk cans beside a driver wrapped in blankets against the morning chill. Frontier people rise early because nearly every occupation demands daylight. Cattle must be fed, trains unloaded, fires stoked, bread baked, horses shod, laundry boiled, wood chopped. The American West rarely allows leisurely mornings. You step into a crowded restaurant near the depot where warmth and noise immediately surround you. Inside, railroad workers, ranch hands, merchants, miners, and travelers crowd shoulder to shoulder around narrow tables. The room smells glorious. Coffee, bacon grease, fresh biscuits, wet wool coats drying near the stove, molasses, tobacco smoke drifting lazily beneath ceiling beams. Records confirm frontier breakfasts tended toward heavy meals, packed with calories, because physical labor dominated daily life. Beans, biscuits, salt pork, eggs, fried potatoes, flapjacks, and endless coffee formed the backbone of Western diets. Nobody here orders tiny pastries and fruit slices. A waitress carrying 6 plates at once sweeps past you with terrifying efficiency. She points toward an empty chair beside 2 railroad workers already halfway through enormous breakfasts. You sit gratefully. One worker nods without pausing his chewing. The other studies you briefly before returning attention to a newspaper stained by coffee rings and grease spots. Conversation hums constantly through the room. Cattle prices, weather forecasts, train schedules, mining rumors, political arguments. Nobody intends resolving before breakfast. A curious footnote from Frontier Memoirs reveals many Western restaurants served communal meals at long shared tables because space remained limited during boom periods. Strangers routinely ate elbow to elbow, discussing weather business and suspicious neighbors. The waitress slams a mug of coffee before you now. The liquid looks almost black. You take a careful sip and immediately understand why frontier workers survived harsh winters. This beverage could probably repair damaged machinery, if necessary. Oddly enough, coffee became nearly sacred across the frontier West. Cowboys brewed it over campfires. Miners drank it underground. Railroad crews consumed astonishing amounts during long shifts. Some camps reportedly measured civilization itself by reliable coffee supplies. That feels entirely reasonable this early in the morning. Soon your breakfast arrives. Eggs, biscuits drowning in gravy, beans, salt pork crisp dark at the edges. The sheer quantity seems designed for someone preparing to wrestle bears professionally. Records confirm frontier cooks often prepared enormous breakfasts because workers might spend long days far from reliable meals afterward. Ranchers and laborers burned extraordinary calories, simply surviving daily routines. Across the room, a young cowboy falls briefly asleep while holding his coffee cup upright through apparent force of will alone. His companions laugh softly, but allow him several peaceful seconds before nudging him awake again. Exhaustion hangs everywhere in Western towns. Not misery exactly, just honest fatigue. You notice how quickly people eat here, too. Meals function partly as refueling stops between long hours of labor. Yet despite the pace, moments of warmth still emerge. Someone shares jam across the table. A miner tells a ridiculous story about mule trouble in the mountains. The waitress scolds a rancher for skipping vegetables as though disciplining an oversized child. Frontier communities survive through these small, familiar rituals. A council decree from several Western territories proves local officials worried constantly about food quality in rapidly growing towns. Spoiled meat, contaminated water, and dishonest merchants caused frequent health problems during boom years. One scandalous, aside from frontier newspapers, tells of restaurant owners occasionally disguising questionable meat inside heavily spiced stews. Customers apparently preferred ignorance with sufficient gravy. The 19th century approaches food safety with remarkable optimism. Near the stove sits an elderly man quietly reading yesterday's newspaper while soaking biscuits into coffee. His beard remains frosted slightly from the cold outside. Beside him hangs a worn cavalry coat, suggesting older stories he no longer tells often. For a moment, it feels as though the whole restaurant exists outside time. The same routines repeat every morning. Coffee poured, boots drying, weather discussed, people gathering warmth before stepping back into difficult days. Historians still argue whether frontier diets were genuinely less healthy than Eastern urban diets of the same era. Fresh produce remained limited in many Western towns, especially during winter months. Yet hard physical labor balanced enormous meals in ways modern office workers might find alarming. You finish the last of your coffee, while dawn finally brightens the windows. Outside, the town awakens fully now. Storefronts open, wagons roll. Blacksmith hammers begin ringing through cold air. Smoke drifts upward from dozens of chimneys beneath pale golden sunlight. The restaurant slowly empties as workers return toward rail yards, cattle pens, workshops, laundries, schools, and muddy streets waiting beyond the door. One curious footnote from cattle trail accounts describes cowboys becoming emotionally attached to certain frontier cooks because reliable meals after months outdoors felt nearly miraculous. Some ranch hands reportedly chose employment based partly upon food quality, again entirely reasonable. You step back outside carrying lingering warmth from the crowded breakfast room. The morning air feels sharp against your face now, scented with smoke frost horses and fresh bread from nearby kitchens. A train whistle echoes faintly across town. The day begins again, and like thousands of frontier people around you, you understand something simple but important. Before legends, before gunfights, before myths about the Wild West hardened into entertainment, most mornings here simply began with tired people drinking strong coffee together before work. Sunday morning arrives with an unusual stillness settling over the town. The muddy streets remain quieter than usual, though not entirely peaceful. Somewhere in the distance, a hammer still rings against wood, because frontier construction rarely respects the Sabbath completely. A rooster crows beside the livery stable with exhausting confidence. Church bells drift softly through cool morning air, while chimney smoke curls lazily upward beneath pale sunlight. And directly across the street from the church, the saloon doors remain swinging. That contrast feels almost too perfect. You walk slowly along the boardwalk, watching townspeople choose where to spend the morning. Families in carefully brushed clothes move toward the small wooden church, carrying worn Bibles beneath their arms. Meanwhile, several exhausted cowboys stagger from the gambling hall, looking spiritually incompatible with organized religion. Wild West towns rarely separate virtue and vice by much distance. Records confirm frontier communities often built churches surprisingly early, despite rough conditions. Ministers, missionaries, and traveling preachers followed railroad lines and cattle routes westward almost as quickly as merchants and gamblers did. Civilization apparently wanted multiple representatives. The church itself stands modestly near the center of town. White paint already peels beneath harsh weather. Its steeple leans slightly sideways, in a manner probably concerning to architects, but reassuringly familiar to frontier residents. You step inside briefly. Warm sunlight filters through plain windows onto wooden pews polished by years of use. The room smells faintly of dust, candle wax, wool coats, and pine boards warmed by sunlight. Families settle quietly, while children attempt heroic but unsuccessful battles against boredom. The minister clears his throat. Outside, somewhere beyond the walls, a piano begins playing inside the saloon. Nobody acknowledges this directly. One curious footnote from Frontier Memoirs reveals some ministers preached loudly enough specifically to compete with nearby gambling halls and dance houses. The gambling halls occasionally responded by hiring louder musicians. The American West enjoyed unusual forms of theological competition. You slip back outside where the contrast feels even sharper now. Churchgoers move solemnly along one side of the street, while saloon workers sweep beer-soaked floors nearby, preparing for another evening. A gambler sits on the hotel porch, smoking quietly beneath yesterday's wrinkled suit. Two ranch hands lead horses toward the blacksmith shop, because animals, unlike humans, refuse to observe Sundays voluntarily. Historians still argue whether frontier towns were more religious or more lawless than eastern communities. In truth, they often contained both impulses simultaneously. People here crave morality. They also crave whiskey, sometimes on the same afternoon. You continue toward the saloon across from the church now. In daylight, it feels strangely vulnerable compared to nighttime confidence. Sawdust still covers the floor. Empty glasses line the bar awaiting washing. A bartender polishes bottles while squinting suspiciously at the sunlight entering through open doors. Several customers remain inside despite the early hour. One cowboy sleeps with his head resting on folded arms beside an unfinished drink. Another quietly reads a newspaper while sipping coffee, apparently intended to negotiate peace with last night's whiskey. Records confirm many frontier saloons served multiple social functions beyond drinking. They operated as restaurants, hotels, post offices, meeting halls, employment centers, and unofficial stock exchanges all at once. Oddly enough, some towns held church services inside saloons before proper churches existed. Human practicality frequently outruns moral symbolism. The bartender nods toward you while continuing his work. He looks exhausted. Running a saloon requires endless labor, invisible beneath frontier mythology. Floors must be cleaned, supplies ordered, drunks managed, furniture repaired after enthusiastic disagreements, gambling disputes settled before somebody decides murder represents reasonable conflict resolution. One scandalous, aside from Western newspapers, tells of a frontier preacher who regularly condemned saloons every Sunday morning before quietly visiting one himself each evening for cigars and poker. Small towns remember contradictions forever. Outside again, the church service has ended. Families emerge into bright sunlight, while children immediately regain energy, frightening enough to threaten structural damage. Women gather near the steps discussing recipes, illnesses, and local gossip with remarkable efficiency. Meanwhile, across the street, fresh customers begin drifting toward the saloon doors. The balance continues. A council decree from several frontier territories proves local governments repeatedly attempted regulating alcohol sales on Sundays. Enforcement varied wildly depending on town politics, economic pressures, and whether the sheriff himself enjoyed whiskey, which many certainly did. You wander farther down the street where another tiny church stands beside a Chinese laundry. Frontier religion grows surprisingly diverse in railroad towns filled with immigrants from around the world. Catholic priests, Protestant ministers, Jewish merchants, Buddhist traditions, folk beliefs, and spiritual practices from dozens of cultures all overlap across the Western territories. The frontier changes everyone who arrives. But newcomers also reshape the frontier itself. A curious footnote from Western travel diaries describes some mining camps holding religious revivals one week and enormous gambling tournaments the next, without perceiving much contradiction. Perhaps frontier life simply leaves little room for rigid categories. You stop beside the general store, where several men argue politely about morality while purchasing tobacco and ammunition simultaneously. Their conversation drifts between scripture cattle prices, politics, and whether dancing should truly count as sinful if performed poorly enough. No agreement appears likely. The afternoon grows warmer now. Sunlight glows against muddy streets slowly drying after yesterday's rain. Horses flick flies with their tails beside hitching rails. Somewhere nearby, somebody begins practicing violin badly enough to concern local wildlife. For a moment it feels strangely peaceful. The town exists suspended between competing visions of itself. One future imagines schools, libraries, churches, gardens, respectable families, and orderly streets. The other imagines easy money, whiskey gambling, endless movement, and freedom from Eastern rules. Most frontier residents probably desire portions of both. Arguments split along fascinating lines about whether Western towns became more respectable over time or merely more complicated. Civilization does not arrive all at once like a railroad schedule. It drifts in gradually beside muddy boots and imperfect human beings. As evening shadows begin stretching across the boardwalks, once more, church bells ring softly again above the town. Almost immediately afterward, the saloon piano answers from across the street, and somehow together they sound exactly like the Wild West. By Monday morning, the schoolhouse smells faintly of chalk dust, pine wood, damp coats, and the lingering smoke from the iron stove crackling near the back wall. Outside, the town clatters and groans awake beneath cloudy skies, but inside this small room, another kind of frontier struggle unfolds quietly. You sit near the rear wall, watching children file into their seats. Some arrive barefoot despite the cold. Others carry lunch pails dented from years of use. One boy still smells strongly of horses because he completed ranch chores before sunrise. A little girl carefully smooths wrinkles from her dress with nervous concentration, while another student secretly places a frog inside somebody's desk. Education in Wild West towns operates under difficult conditions and occasionally amphibious sabotage. Records confirm frontier communities valued schools deeply, even while struggling to fund them properly. Parents understood literacy offered children pathways beyond endless physical labor. A schoolhouse announced permanence. It suggested a town intended to become something more than temporary mud and saloons. Miss Holloway, the teacher you noticed earlier, stands near the blackboard, now organizing books with tired determination. She cannot be older than 30, though frontier responsibility ages people quickly. Teaching here requires remarkable patience. Students range wildly in age because many children attend irregularly, depending on harvests, weather ranch duties, or family finances. One row contains tiny beginners learning letters, while older teenagers nearby practice arithmetic, useful for cattle accounts and business ledgers. A curious footnote from Western school records reveals some frontier classrooms included students from 6 years old to nearly adulthood, all sharing one teacher simultaneously. The miracle is not that lessons sometimes failed. The miracle is that they succeeded at all. The school bell rings sharply. Conversation stops, mostly. Miss Holloway begins the morning lesson, while rain taps softly against the windows. Her voice remains calm but firm, practiced from years spent controlling energetic frontier children who regularly interact with livestock, firearms, and open wilderness before breakfast. Outside, wagon wheels splash through muddy streets. Inside, children recite spelling words together in uneven rhythm. Records confirm many Western teachers arrived from Eastern states carrying ideals about refinement, morality, and civilization. Frontier reality greeted those ideals with dust storms, overcrowded classrooms, and occasional snake encounters. One scandalous, aside from frontier memoirs, tells of a teacher calmly continuing arithmetic lessons while a drunk cowboy accidentally wandered into class searching for the barber shop. Apparently, the students barely looked up. You study the room more carefully now. Maps hang crookedly beside alphabet charts. A small American flag rests near the teacher's desk. Shelves hold worn readers passed between generations of children. The iron stove pops softly while wet mittens dry nearby. The place feels humble, yet deeply important. Historians still argue whether frontier education successfully unified Western communities or erased important cultural differences among immigrant and indigenous populations. Schools taught opportunity, certainly, but they also carried expectations about language behavior, religion, and identity. The frontier classroom becomes a tool of nation-building. That truth lingers quietly beneath the lessons. A young boy near the front struggles through reading aloud, while classmates fidget impatiently. Miss Holloway waits calmly through every mistake. Outside this room, frontier life moves quickly and harshly. Inside, she insists learning deserves time. That patience feels almost rebellious somehow. Oddly enough, many frontier towns spent money on schools before paving streets properly. Residents tolerated mud and broken sidewalks more easily than the absence of education. You hear scratching pencils now as older students copy arithmetic problems onto slates. One girl calculates faster than everyone else combined while pretending not to notice. A council decree from several Western territories proves officials aggressively promoted public education because literate populations attracted businesses, railroads, and respectable families. Investors preferred towns with schools over settlements known only for gambling halls. Civilization measured itself partly through classrooms. The rain outside strengthens briefly. Water rattles against the roof while children shift restlessly in their seats. One little boy stares dreamily through the window toward distant hills rather than his geography lesson. Honestly, you sympathize, yet Miss Holloway notices instantly. Without interrupting her lecture, she calls his name gently enough to avoid embarrassment, but firmly enough to restore attention. The boy straightens immediately. She has performed this maneuver hundreds of times before. A curious footnote from Frontier Diaries reveals teachers often boarded with local families because dedicated housing rarely existed. This arrangement meant students frequently encountered their teachers outside school while buying groceries, attending church, or chasing runaway livestock through muddy streets. Authority became difficult to escape. Near midday lunch begins. Children spill outside carrying biscuits, apples, cold potatoes, or simple sandwiches wrapped carefully in cloth. Some immediately begin rough games in the mud despite fresh rain. Others cluster quietly beneath the porch, trading stories and snacks. The town beyond continues working steadily. Blacksmith hammers ring, train whistles echo faintly. Somewhere nearby, a saloon piano practices scales badly enough to concern passing birds. Inside the classroom again, Miss Holloway eats alone at her desk while grading papers. Exhaustion shadows her face briefly once students leave the room. Teaching frontier children means more than lessons. It means managing hunger, illness, loneliness, family hardship, and dreams larger than the town itself. Records confirm many Western teachers earned low wages despite enormous responsibilities. Yet communities often respected them deeply because they represented hope for the future. Arguments split along interesting lines about whether frontier schools civilized the West or merely prepared Western children for industrial America, rapidly approaching through railroad expansion. Perhaps both happened together. By afternoon, sunlight finally breaks through the clouds. Warm light spills across desks and chalkboards, while students recite history lessons in sleepy voices. You watch them carefully now. Farm children, immigrant children, railroad children, children who may grow into ranchers, merchants, lawyers, mothers, miners, or travelers moving even farther west someday. And suddenly, the rough little schoolhouse feels enormous somehow. Because inside this single room, the frontier quietly teaches itself how to become a society. One spelling word at a time. The doctor's office sits halfway down a muddy side street, beside the barber shop, and directly behind a stable that smells powerful enough to challenge medical science itself. A crooked wooden sign swings overhead in the cold wind, while wagon tracks pool with rainwater below. You push open the door and step inside. Warmth greets you first, followed immediately by sharp medicinal smells: alcohol, camphor, tobacco smoke, wet wool coats drying near the stove. Somewhere beneath all of it lingers the metallic scent of old blood carefully scrubbed from wooden floors. Frontier medicine rarely feels comforting. Records confirm doctors across the American West worked under punishing conditions during the 1880s. Many traveled enormous distances across isolated territory, carrying limited equipment while facing outbreaks of influenza, tuberculosis, cholera, pneumonia, and injuries from mining, ranching, railroad work, and occasional foolishness. There was plenty of foolishness. The waiting room contains 3 patients already. A coughing miner wrapped in blankets sits beside a ranch woman holding a feverish child, while an elderly cowboy studies his swollen hand with philosophical disappointment. Nobody speaks much. The doctor finally emerges from the examination room carrying a stained towel and looking deeply tired. His sleeves remain rolled high. Wire-rimmed spectacles slide halfway down his nose. He appears less like a heroic frontier savior and more like a man personally arguing with exhaustion every single day. Which perhaps he is. He nods politely before inviting the miner inside. The door closes. Almost immediately, you hear coughing, followed by the clink of glass bottles and low conversation. Frontier medicine depends heavily upon observation because reliable technology remains limited. Doctors study breathing, skin color, fever, appetite, pulse, posture. Sometimes intuition matters as much as formal training. A curious footnote from Western medical journals reveals many frontier physicians carried portable surgical kits on horseback containing saws, forceps, scalpels, needles, and chloroform bottles packed beside shaving equipment and spare socks. The line between science and improvisation feels surprisingly thin. You glance around the office more carefully now. Shelves hold jars filled with powders, tinctures, herbs, and mysterious liquids whose labels promise relief from nearly every human misery imaginable. Some medicines genuinely help. Others probably inspire optimism through alcohol content alone. One scandalous aside from frontier newspapers describes a traveling doctor selling miracle nerve tonics that turned out to contain enough cocaine to temporarily convince customers they could communicate with furniture. The 19th century occasionally approaches chemistry with breathtaking enthusiasm. The ranch woman beside you rocks her sick child gently while staring toward the examination room door. Her face carries that familiar frontier expression, balancing fear against practicality. Out here, medical help may arrive too late. Records confirm many Western families live days away from trained physicians. Childbirth infections, injuries, and winter illnesses became terrifying partly because isolation limited treatment options. Historians still argue whether frontier medicine advanced faster because of harsh necessity or suffered from lack of institutional support compared to eastern cities. Probably both truths remain tangled together. The doctor reappears at last. His patient leaves, carrying medicine bottles wrapped carefully in newspaper. The doctor gestures for the woman and child to enter next. You overhear fragments of conversation through the thin wall. Questions about fever, breathing, sleep, food. The child begins crying softly before gradually calming beneath the doctor's steady voice. That surprises you somehow. Frontier doctors develop unusual bedside manners because reassurance itself becomes valuable medicine in isolated communities. Patients need confidence as much as treatment. Outside the window, the town continues moving through ordinary afternoon rhythms. Horses splash through muddy streets, hammering echoes from distant construction crews. A train whistle drifts faintly across town. Inside time feels slower, more fragile. You notice medical textbooks stacked near the desk now. Their pages appear heavily worn from constant use. The doctor studies continuously because medicine changes rapidly during this era. Germ theory spreads gradually through American practice. New surgical methods emerge. Vaccination debates continue fiercely. Arguments split sharply over which treatments genuinely work and which survive mainly through tradition and hope. One curious footnote from frontier memoirs reveals patients sometimes trusted local healers, herbalists, midwives, or indigenous medical knowledge more readily than formally trained physicians. The West gathers competing systems of healing together beneath one sky. Eventually, your turn arrives. The doctor motions toward a chair inside the examination room, where instruments rest neatly arranged upon a small table beside oil lamps and folded cloths. His movements remain efficient, but not hurried. Exhaustion shadows him heavily now. Records confirm frontier physicians often worked almost constantly during epidemics or harsh winters. Some traveled through blizzards at night to reach remote ranches because no other medical help existed for hundreds of miles. Many became deeply respected figures, despite limited success rates. Others became deeply feared. The doctor asks routine questions while listening carefully to your breathing through a primitive stethoscope. His hands feel roughened from years of difficult work. For a moment, it feels strangely intimate. One human being trying sincerely to keep another alive in a rough, unfinished world. A council decree from several Western territories proves towns invested heavily in attracting reliable doctors because medical reputation influenced settlement growth. Families avoided communities where illness spread unchecked or physicians lacked competence. Civilization measured itself partly through survival rates. The doctor finally leans back with quiet satisfaction. You are healthy enough, apparently, at least by frontier standards, which likely means you possess no visible bullet wounds, broken limbs, or alarming coughs at present. Outside again, evening approaches slowly across the muddy streets. Lanterns begin glowing behind storefront windows, while smoke drifts upward into cold air. Somewhere nearby, a child laughs. Somewhere else, somebody curses loudly after dropping lumber onto a foot. Life continues, and inside the small doctor's office behind you, exhausted hands continue mixing medicines, setting bones, calming frightened families, and fighting illnesses with whatever knowledge the 19th century can currently offer. Not perfectly, not always successfully, but stubbornly. The frontier survives partly because people like that refuse to stop trying. By late afternoon, the barber shop glows warmly against the cold wind sweeping through town. Its striped pole turns lazily outside, while muddy boots thump steadily across the wooden sidewalk. Through the front windows, you glimpse steam-rising newspapers rustling and men talking with the absolute confidence of people who possess very little actual information. Naturally, you step inside. The smell reaches you first. Bay rum aftershave, hot shaving soap, damp wool coats drying near the stove, cigars, hair tonic, wet leather. Somewhere beneath it all lingers the sharp metallic scent of freshly honed razors. Frontier barber shops feel strangely civilized compared to the muddy chaos outside. Records confirm barber shops became important social centers throughout the American West during the 19th century. Men gathered there not merely for haircuts and shaves, but for gossip, political arguments, business discussions, and news from distant territories. In frontier towns, information spreads through conversation faster than newspapers alone. A barber with enormous sideburns gestures toward an empty chair now while continuing another customer's shave. The man reclined beneath the razor remains perfectly still, which feels wise considering the circumstances. Straight razor shaving requires trust, or at least resignation. You settle into the waiting area beside several ranchers already reading newspapers, so old the headlines have become historical reflections rather than current events. A stove crackles warmly nearby, while rain taps softly against the windows. The room hums with relaxed conversation. Someone discusses cattle prices. Another complains about railroad monopolies. A gambler insists he once met a famous outlaw, though judging by nearby expressions, nobody believes him completely. Oddly enough, frontier barber shops often doubled as unofficial news agencies because customers carried stories from trails, railroads, mining camps, and neighboring towns. A single haircut could provide enough gossip to sustain social conflict for weeks. The barber himself speaks constantly while shaving. Remarkably, his customer survives. One curious footnote from Western memoirs reveals some barbers offered additional services, including dentistry, bloodletting, and minor surgery during earlier frontier years. Considering the razor already resting near your throat, this information inspires limited comfort. The 19th century maintained wonderfully flexible professional boundaries. You watch the barber carefully now. His hands move with calm precision despite endless distractions. He pauses occasionally to wipe foam from the blade against a leather strap hanging beside the chair. Nearby, hot water steams gently in metal bowls. There is something almost ceremonial about the process. Outside, the frontier remains loud and unfinished. Inside, people sit quietly while another human being restores order to their appearance, one careful stroke at a time. Historians still argue whether frontier towns genuinely lacked refinement or merely developed different forms of it. Barbershops certainly reveal strong concern for grooming manners and social presentation, even in rough cattle settlements. Civilization survives through routines as much as architecture. Your turn arrives at last. The barber drapes a cloth around your shoulders and tilts your chair backward beneath warm lamplight. His fingers smell faintly of soap and tobacco as he brushes hot foams softly across your face. For a moment, the entire town outside seems to disappear. You hear only scissors snipping rain falling and quiet conversation drifting around the room. A rancher nearby argues passionately about local politics, while another customer reads aloud from a newspaper article describing a robbery 3 territories away. Every detail grows more dramatic with each retelling. One scandalous aside from frontier newspapers tells of barbers occasionally serving as secret intermediaries for gamblers, politicians, or even lawmen because customers spoke freely while trapped beneath shaving towels. A man holding a razor possesses unusual social advantages. The barber begins shaving slowly now. The blade glides against your skin with alarming intimacy. You remain very still. Records confirm many frontier men preferred professional shaves because maintaining sharp razors independently proved difficult under rough living conditions. Cowboys on long cattle drives often returned to town looking partially transformed into wilderness prophets. The barber chatters calmly while working. Apparently, 2 local merchants are feuding over stolen chickens. The school teacher may receive a marriage proposal soon. Somebody lost substantial money gambling on horse races outside town last weekend. The sheriff slipped in mud yesterday while attempting dignified authority. Small communities preserve embarrassing memories forever. A curious footnote from Western diaries reveals some frontier barbers imported expensive perfumes and hair products from eastern cities to create little pockets of sophistication amid dusty surroundings. Human vanity survives every environment. You glance toward the window where evening shadows slowly deepen outside. Lanterns begin glowing across the muddy street while wagons creak homeward through drizzle. The barber shop grows busier instead of quieter. Men finishing work stop in nod for conversation before supper. A railroad conductor requests a trim before tomorrow's departure. 2 cowboys argue cheerfully about card games while wiping rainwater from their hats. For a moment, it feels less like a business and more like a living room shared by the entire town. A council decree from several western municipalities proves barber shops sometimes faced health inspections because fears about disease transmission increased during the late 19th century. Shared razors and towels worried public officials considerably. Whether the barbers worried equally remains uncertain. The barber finally finishes and dusts loose hair from your coat with theatrical satisfaction. You barely recognize the cleaner, more civilized reflection staring back from the mirror. Frontier towns can transform people quickly. Outside again, cool evening air brushes your face, where the razor passed moments earlier. The town glimmers softly beneath rain and lantern light now. Piano music drifts from distant saloons, while chimney smoke curls upward into darkening sky. Behind you, laughter erupts inside the barber shop at some new piece of gossip already spreading through town like wildfire. That may be another hidden truth about Wild West communities. Long before radio, television, or telephones connected people, instantly barber shops performed their own kind of frontier magic. They turned strangers into neighbors, and neighbors into stories. The market street begins waking before sunrise, long before most of the town opens its eyes properly. Lanterns flicker beneath canvas awnings, while wagons rumble slowly into place through muddy ruts. Horses snort clouds of steam into cold morning air. Somewhere nearby, somebody curses softly after dropping a crate of apples into the mud. You follow the smell first. Fresh bread, coffee, wood smoke, cured leather, wet vegetables. Then suddenly a sharp wave of fish spices, animal hides, tobacco, and frying meat all tangled together beneath the drifting dawn fog. Frontier markets smell like the entire world arriving at once. Records confirm Western towns depended heavily upon open-air commerce during the 1880s. Markets became gathering places where ranchers, farmers, hunters, merchants, immigrants, and travelers exchanged goods, alongside rumors, gossip, and questionable business promises. The street ahead already buzzes with movement. Women arrange vegetables across wooden tables, while ranch hands unload sacks of beans and flour from wagons. A Mexican trader carefully displays woven blankets beside silver jewelry glinting softly beneath lantern light. Nearby, a German baker stacks warm loaves high enough to attract immediate crowds. Civilization often begins with food. You move slowly through the growing market, while merchants call greetings toward passing customers. Their voices overlap beneath wagon creaks and distant train whistles. A butcher chops meat with heavy, rhythmic thuds. A Chinese herbalist arranges jars filled with dried roots and strange powders beside handwritten labels. A traveling salesman loudly advertises miracle tonic, capable of curing headaches, exhaustion, melancholy, weak lungs, and apparently disappointing personal ambition. One curious footnote from frontier newspapers reveals patent medicine vendors often hired musicians or performers to gather crowds before selling their products. Some Western towns reportedly viewed these demonstrations as public entertainment, regardless of whether anyone trusted the medicine itself. Honestly, the line between doctor and magician occasionally feels thin here. You pause beside a pie stand where steam rises warmly into cold air. The woman running it wears flour across both sleeves and the expression of someone who has survived several economic disasters already. Her pies smell extraordinary. Apple, berry, molasses, possibly mystery meat. Frontier cooking frequently embraces optimism over precise ingredient identification. Records confirm Western markets offered astonishing variety in prosperous railroad towns. Imported coffee, canned oysters, tropical fruit, Eastern cheeses, spices, fabrics, and luxury goods all traveled astonishing distances once rail connections improved. Yet prices remained unpredictable. A council decree from several Western municipalities proves local governments struggled constantly with dishonest weights, spoiled food, and merchants inflating costs during shortages. Human greed travels westward very efficiently. The crowd thickens as morning brightens fully. Cowboys drift through, still smelling faintly of horses and whiskey, while respectable families inspect produce carefully for signs of freshness. Children chase one another between wagons despite repeated warnings from exhausted parents. A curious footnote from mining camps describes burros occasionally wandering into market stalls and helping themselves to vegetables while merchants shouted helplessly. The burros reportedly remained emotionally unmoved by criticism. You stop beside a stall selling imported fabrics where bolts of blue, red, and green cloth ripple gently in the breeze. Two women study them with deep concentration while discussing a wedding planned for spring. That detail surprises you slightly. Even rough frontier towns continue making space for celebrations, beauty, and domestic hopes. Historians still argue whether Western settlements developed stronger community ties because of hardship or despite it. Markets certainly become social gathering places where isolation weakens temporarily beneath shared routines. You overhear conversations everywhere now. Cattle prices, weather forecasts, train delays, marriage rumors, mining claims, political scandals back east. The entire frontier seems to pass through this street by mid-morning. Near the edge of the market, indigenous traders display beadwork pottery, leather goods, and handmade tools upon blankets spread carefully beside the road. Some towns maintained active trade relationships with nearby native communities, despite larger tensions and conflicts spreading across Western territories. Arguments split sharply over how fairly these exchanges operated as American expansion intensified during the 19th century. The market reflects cooperation and inequality simultaneously. You continue walking while sunlight slowly burns away the last traces of fog. Dust begins replacing mud where wagon wheels churn the streets dry again. Flies gather near butcher stalls, despite constant swatting. One scandalous aside from frontier diaries tells of certain meat vendors disguising old cuts beneath heavy spices or thick gravy during especially hot summers. Customers apparently learned to trust their noses carefully. The 19th century occasionally treated refrigeration as an optional philosophical suggestion. A musician appears near the center of the street, now carrying a battered violin. He begins playing cheerful dance tunes while children gather nearby. Within minutes, someone starts clapping along. A cowboy attempts dancing badly enough to frighten a passing mule. The market laughs together. For a moment, it feels strangely joyful. Records confirm frontier markets often hosted entertainers because crowds meant opportunity for musicians, performers, preachers, gamblers, and pickpockets alike. Where commerce gathers, humanity follows closely behind. You purchase a cup of coffee from a vendor working beside the railroad depot. The drink tastes smoky and bitter beneath hints of chicory. Nearby train workers unload crates of oranges from California while townspeople stare at the fruit with near reverence. Fresh oranges in the middle of frontier cattle country still feel miraculous. Oddly enough, imported luxuries sometimes became symbols of status in Western towns desperate to appear sophisticated. Fancy canned foods, Eastern clothing, and expensive spices allowed settlers to imagine themselves connected to larger civilized worlds. Yet only a few streets away, pigs still wander through mud puddles behind saloons. That contradiction defines frontier life beautifully. By noon, the market reaches full chaos. Voices shout across crowded aisles. Coins clink. Horses stamp impatiently. Children laugh. A preacher condemns greed beside a gambling table operating quietly behind stacked potato barrels, and overhead smoke drifts upward beneath the enormous western sky, while the whole restless town gathers together through trade, gossip, hunger, and human curiosity. Not elegant, not orderly, but vividly alive. Beyond the busiest saloons and muddy cattle streets, the town slowly changes character block by block. The loud piano music fades slightly. Store signs begin appearing in unfamiliar languages. Strange new scents drift through the cold air beside the usual smoke and horse manure. You wander toward the immigrant neighborhoods now, where frontier America reveals how many different worlds have collided together in the West. Records confirm Western towns during the 1880s drew people from astonishing distances. Irish railroad workers, German shopkeepers, Chinese laborers, Mexican ranching families, Scandinavian farmers, Jewish merchants, Italian craftsmen, and countless others all helped build frontier communities. The mythology of the Wild West often imagines a simpler population than reality ever allowed. You pass first through a German district near the brewery, where warm, yeasty smells roll from open doors. Bread cools beside windows, while sausages smoke gently behind a butcher shop. Men in aprons unload beer barrels with the solemn seriousness of priests performing sacred rituals. Oddly enough, German immigrants profoundly shaped Western brewing culture. Some frontier towns became famous for beer quality long before achieving fame for anything else. That feels entirely reasonable after sampling frontier coffee for several weeks. Inside one bakery, families gather around heavy wooden tables sharing late morning meals. Their conversations flow rapidly in German, while children drift easily between languages depending on who speaks. You notice how carefully people preserve familiar customs here. The frontier changes many things, yet food, music, language, religion, and family traditions travel surprisingly far. A curious footnote from Western newspapers reveals some immigrant neighborhoods hosted enormous holiday festivals featuring dances, songs, and foods unfamiliar to many American-born settlers. Frontier towns often contained far more cultural diversity than Eastern audiences imagined. You continue onward, where the smells change again. Now garlic, peppers, grilled meat, and wood smoke drift through the street from Mexican kitchens near the southern edge of town. Horses stand tied outside adobe homes built lower and sturdier than many wooden frontier buildings nearby. Records confirm Mexican ranching traditions heavily influenced cattle culture throughout the American West. Cowboys themselves borrowed equipment, riding styles, vocabulary, and techniques from earlier vaquero traditions developed across Spanish and Mexican territories. Historians still argue whether American frontier mythology deliberately minimized these influences later in order to create simpler national legends. Reality rarely cooperates with simple legends. A woman sweeps dust from her porch while nearby musicians practice guitar beneath a shaded awning. Children chase one another through narrow alleyways, speaking rapid Spanish mixed with English frontier slang. The whole neighborhood feels deeply rooted despite constant Western movement. One scandalous aside from frontier memoirs tells of Eastern travelers becoming completely addicted to Mexican cooking after arriving in the West, though many returned home unable to explain exactly what chili peppers were. Human beings consistently underestimate unfamiliar food until tasting it. Farther uphill, the streets narrow near the Chinese district built close to the railroad yards. Red paper decorations flutter softly outside herbal shops and restaurants, while laundry, hangs between buildings overhead like colorful flags. You move more quietly here. The neighborhood carries a different emotional atmosphere, shaped partly by caution. Chinese immigrants faced severe discrimination throughout much of the American West, despite playing essential roles in railroad construction, mining, laundry, businesses, restaurants, and trade networks. A council decree from several Western towns proves local officials sometimes imposed discriminatory taxes or restrictions targeting Chinese businesses specifically. The frontier offered opportunity unevenly. You pass a small tea shop where elderly men sit playing games beside steaming cups while conversation drifts softly through the open doorway. Nearby, a cook chops vegetables at astonishing speed inside a crowded kitchen filled with aromas of ginger, garlic, soy, and frying oil. For a moment, it feels as though entire oceans separate this quiet street from the muddy saloons only blocks away. Yet they exist within the same town. A curious footnote from railroad camps reveals some Western settlers secretly preferred Chinese cooks because they prepared vegetables and fresh foods often missing from standard frontier diets. Practical hunger occasionally weakens prejudice faster than morality does. You stop outside an Irish boarding house next, where loud laughter erupts behind swinging doors despite the early hour. A fiddle plays somewhere upstairs, while men argue passionately about politics from counties thousands of miles away. Immigrant communities preserve memory fiercely. Records confirm many Western neighborhoods organized around shared language, religion, or regional identity, because isolation made familiar companionship precious. Churches, saloons, bakeries, social clubs, and newspapers helped newcomers survive emotionally as well as economically. Frontier loneliness grows easier to bear among people who understand your accent. Arguments split along fascinating lines about whether Western diversity encouraged tolerance or sharpened conflict during rapid expansion. The answer changes from street to street. Some neighborhoods cooperate closely through trade and friendship. Others remain divided by fear, competition, and misunderstanding. The frontier contains both possibilities simultaneously. Toward evening, cooking smells drift across the entire town, now blending together into one enormous fragrant cloud above the muddy streets. German bread, Mexican stews, Chinese noodles, American beef, Irish potatoes, coffee from South America, spices from distant continents. The West feeds itself from everywhere. You realize something important while walking slowly back toward the main street. Wild West towns are not isolated little American villages standing alone against wilderness. They are crossroads. Messy, crowded, complicated crossroads where people from around the world arrive, carrying memories, languages, recipes, songs, grief, ambitions, and traditions stitched carefully into daily life. One curious footnote from frontier census records reveals certain Western railroad towns contained residents born on nearly every inhabited continent by the late 19th century. That surprises modern imagination sometimes, but standing here beneath lantern light, while unfamiliar music drifts softly from several directions at once, the truth feels obvious. The frontier was never only one story. It was thousands of stories learning awkwardly how to live beside one another beneath the same enormous western sky. The fire begins just after midnight. At first, it seems almost harmless. A distant shouting voice, a strange orange flicker against low clouds. One more burst of noise, drifting through a frontier town where noise rarely means anything unusual. Then the church bell starts ringing wildly. You sit upright in bed instantly. Outside the hotel window, people already run through the muddy streets, pulling coats over night clothes, while sparks whirl upward into the darkness. Horses scream from nearby stables. Somewhere, glass shatters. The fire is real, and in a wooden frontier town, real fire feels terrifyingly alive. You rush outside into cold night air thick with smoke. Half the town appears awake already. Men sprint carrying buckets, while women drag children away from the growing chaos. Lantern light swings wildly through darkness as voices overlap in panic. Down the street, flames pour from the roof of a boarding house. The entire structure burns like dry paper. Records confirm massive fires haunted Western towns throughout the 19th century because most buildings used cheap lumber, open stoves, kerosene lamps, candles, and wood heating systems packed dangerously close together. One careless spark could erase entire communities before sunrise. The heat strikes your face even from across the street. Smoke rolls overhead beneath the stars, while embers drift through the air like glowing insects. Neighbors begin hauling furniture from nearby buildings before flames spread farther. Mattresses, trunks, mirrors, blankets, crates of food, even potted plants all pile into muddy streets beside terrified horses. Frontier people learn quickly what matters most when time disappears. A curious footnote from Western newspapers reveals residents sometimes formed bucket brigades so chaotic during fires that half the water spilled onto participants rather than buildings. Tonight, unfortunately, accuracy matters more. You join the growing line of townspeople, passing heavy buckets from the well toward the burning structure. Water splashes across boots and coats, while smoke stings your eyes sharply. Every few seconds, somebody coughs hard enough to double over. The flames roar louder. You hear timber cracking inside the boarding house now. Windows explode outward, spraying sparks into darkness. The crowd recoils instinctively before surging forward again. Historians still argue whether Western fires spread mainly because of poor construction or because boomtown growth outpaced safety planning entirely. Many settlements simply expanded too quickly to organize proper fire brigades or water systems. Progress built from dry pine carries risks. A council decree from several frontier towns proves local governments obsessed constantly over fire prevention. Rules targeted chimney cleaning, lantern safety, cigar disposal, and storage of flammable materials. Human beings ignored these regulations with remarkable consistency. Across the street, the saloon owner and several customers form another bucket line protecting nearby buildings from flying embers. Whiskey barrels roll hurriedly into the muddy road, while piano music inside stops abruptly mid-tune. One scandalous, aside from frontier memoirs, tells of drunken gamblers continuing poker games calmly during early fire stages because they assumed somebody else would handle the emergency. Eventually, the collapsing roof changed their minds. Tonight, nobody feels calm. The flames leap suddenly toward the next building as sparks catch along a wooden awning. Women scream warnings. Men scramble onto rooftops with wet blankets trying desperately to smother the spreading fire before the entire block ignites. For a moment, it feels as though the whole town balances on the edge of destruction. And honestly, it does. Records confirm several famous Western towns burned multiple times during their early years. Residents rebuilt again and again because abandoning profitable locations seemed worse than starting over from ashes. Frontier stubbornness becomes almost supernatural sometimes. You glance toward the hotel where guests now carry trunks downstairs in preparation for possible evacuation. A child clutches a stuffed toy while staring silently at the inferno reflected across muddy streets. The image stays with you. Adults shout, buildings burn, but children simply watch history happen with frightened eyes. A curious footnote from mining camps reveals some residents stored emergency belongings permanently beside doors because major fires remained such constant threats. Entire lives had to remain portable. The heat grows more intense now. Sweat mixes with smoke across your face despite the cold night air. Bucket after bucket passes through exhausted hands while church bells continue clanging above the chaos. Then suddenly comes a sound more frightening than the flames themselves. The boarding house collapses. The roof caves inward, with a shower of sparks towering high into darkness. The crowd stumbles backward as glowing embers rain across the street like fiery snow. For several terrible seconds, everyone simply stares. Then the work begins again, because nearby buildings still stand. And if those buildings survive, the town survives too. Arguments split along fascinating lines about how frontier communities responded psychologically to repeated disasters. Fires, floods, blizzards, droughts, and epidemics all threatened settlements constantly, yet residents rebuilt with astonishing speed whenever possible. Hope becomes practical necessity. Toward dawn, the flames finally weaken beneath relentless effort. Smoke hangs thick above blackened ruins where the boarding house once stood. Water drips from rooftops and muddy streets, while exhausted townspeople lean against wagons, fences, and one another. The church bell has fallen silent now. Only crackling embers remain. Records confirm Western fires often transformed town planning afterward. Communities widened streets, organized fire departments, built water towers, or gradually replaced wooden structures with brick once wealth allowed. Disaster occasionally forces civilization forward. You stand quietly among the smoke and exhaustion while pale morning light begins touching the horizon. Around you, people count survivors, inspect damage, comfort frightened children, and discuss rebuilding before the ashes even cool completely. That may be the most remarkable thing of all. The frontier burns often, but it rarely surrenders. A week after the fire, the town settles back into familiar rhythms with surprising speed. Fresh lumber already arrives beside the burned ruins. Hammers ring through morning air once again. Mud returns faithfully after rainstorms. Saloon pianos recover their confidence. The frontier rarely pauses long for grief. Tonight, however, a different kind of tension drifts quietly through the streets. You notice it first in lowered voices near the barber shop and cautious glances exchanged beside the hotel porch. Nothing dramatic happens outwardly. No gunfire, no alarms. Just whispers. An outlaw may be in town, or perhaps not. That uncertainty feels important. Wild West legends later imagine famous criminals striding openly through frontier streets wearing black hats and theatrical expressions. Real outlaws usually preferred looking ordinary enough to avoid immediate hanging. Records confirm many Western criminals blended surprisingly well into everyday communities. Bank robbers, cattle thieves, train robbers, and fugitives often hid among travelers, ranch hands, miners, or gamblers, moving constantly between frontier towns. The West offered anonymity to people willing to keep moving. You stand outside the general store now, while two merchants discuss rumors in voices barely above whispers. A stranger arrived yesterday from farther south. Quiet man, scar along his jaw, paid cash for supplies, asked strange questions about railroad schedules. Already, the story grows. One curious footnote from frontier newspapers reveals many innocent travelers became temporary suspects simply because they wore dusty coats or preferred silence. Suspicion spread rapidly in isolated communities where everybody noticed unfamiliar faces. Frontier gossip works faster than telegraphs sometimes. You wander slowly toward the hotel dining room, where strangers gather nightly beneath lamplight and drifting cigar smoke. Travelers sit scattered across tables, eating stew, drinking coffee, or reading newspapers days old. Which one might be dangerous? Honestly, none appear especially dramatic. A thin salesman studies account books near the stove. Two cowboys argue softly over poker losses. An older man with silver hair eats pie while staring thoughtfully through the window at muddy streets outside. The supposed outlaw, if present at all, probably looks exactly like everyone else. Historians still argue whether Western outlaws became more famous because of actual violence or because newspapers exaggerated their reputations for profit. Dime novels transformed many criminals into strange folk heroes, despite the fact most robberies caused fear, economic hardship, and occasionally pointless death. Reality rarely resembles adventure stories from the people being robbed. The hotel clerk leans closer while polishing glasses. Apparently, the sheriff received telegrams yesterday warning of train robbers moving north through the territory. Names circulate quietly now through town like smoke drifting beneath doors. You glance toward the entrance as another traveler enters from the cold. Every conversation pauses briefly, then resumes. That tiny hesitation reveals everything. Frontier towns remain vulnerable places. Money travels physically through banks, trains, cattle sales, and payroll shipments. Law enforcement stretches thin across enormous distances. Outlaws exploit geography as much as courage. A council decree from several western towns proves local officials regularly impose temporary curfews or weapon restrictions after robbery. Scares spread through communities. Fear changes public behavior quickly. Outside evening deepens across muddy streets, glistening beneath lantern light. You pass the telegraph office where wires hum softly overhead in the cold wind. Inside, operators exchange messages about robberies, fugitives, and suspicious travelers crossing state lines. Communication improves rapidly in the 1880s, yet criminals adapt rapidly too. One scandalous aside from frontier memoirs tells of certain outlaws charming entire towns through good manners and expensive whiskey before quietly robbing nearby banks days later. Apparently, charisma remained a dangerous weapon. You step into the saloon now, where conversation already circles around the rumor. Cowboys lean closer over drinks, discussing famous bandits with a mixture of fear and admiration. The piano player continues performing, though more softly than usual. Everyone watches strangers tonight. A broad-shouldered man near the bar catches your attention briefly. His coat remains dusty from travel. His revolver sits low on his hip. He speaks little while sipping whiskey slowly beneath the lamplight. Perhaps he is dangerous, or perhaps he is merely tired. That uncertainty defines frontier life beautifully. Records confirm many lawmen struggled identifying actual criminals because descriptions traveled slowly and photography remained limited. Posters exaggerated heights, scars, accents, and personalities, until fugitives began resembling mythological creatures more than human beings. No agreement has been reached on how many innocent men suffered suspicion simply because they matched vague frontier rumors. At the poker table, someone mentions a famous outlaw gang operating farther west. Immediately, several listeners begin adding details clearly borrowed from newspapers and imagination alike. They robbed 6 banks. No, 12. One member escaped prison disguised as a priest. Another supposedly survived 3 gunshot wounds and kept riding. The stories swell larger with every retelling. You notice something fascinating then. The outlaw himself matters less than what people imagine about him. Frontier communities project fears and fantasies onto criminals, the same way later generations project myths onto the entire Wild West. Dangerous men become symbols of freedom, rebellion, lawlessness, or resistance, depending on who tells the story. Meanwhile, actual townspeople still worry about stolen payrolls and frightened families. Outside again, snow begins falling lightly through the darkness. The flakes drift slowly beneath lantern glow while horses stamp near hitching rails. The sheriff walks past, wrapped in a heavy coat, his expression calm but watchful. He says little. Good lawmen understand panic spreads faster than facts. You realize something quietly important. Most frontier towns never truly knew whether danger stood nearby at any given moment. Travelers arrived constantly. Identities shifted easily. Rumors traveled unevenly. Yet ordinary life continued anyway. People opened stores. Children attended school. Families ate supper. Music played. Because fear cannot permanently stop communities from functioning. As snow settles gently onto muddy streets and warm saloon windows glow against the cold night, the rumored outlaw remains only another shadow, moving through the endless, restless currents of the American frontier. Perhaps he exists. Perhaps he already boarded the next train west. Or perhaps the Wild West simply enjoys frightening itself with stories after dark. The courtroom smells faintly of wet wool lamp oil dust and nervous human beings. You arrive early, yet the room already fills with townspeople, eager for entertainment disguised as civic duty. Frontier trials attract crowds, partly because justice matters deeply in isolated communities, and partly because many people simply enjoy drama when weather keeps them indoors. Outside, rain drizzles steadily across muddy streets while wagon wheels hiss through puddles. Inside, boots scrape wooden floors beneath low conversation and occasional coughing. At the front of the room sits the judge's bench. It looks impressive from a distance. Up close, you notice one corner repaired with mismatched lumber after apparently losing a previous argument against gravity. Records confirm many frontier courtrooms operated inside multi-purpose buildings, shared with town councils, dances, church services, or social gatherings depending on the week. Respectability often depended more upon attitude than architecture. The judge enters carrying enough papers to suggest civilization itself has become paperwork. Everyone rises slowly. Mostly. A drunk cowboy near the rear notices too late and nearly overturns his chair, attempting sudden dignity. One curious footnote from Western newspapers reveals frontier judges frequently battled noisy audiences, wandering livestock, drunken spectators, and inadequate heating during legal proceedings. Courtroom order remained more aspirational than guaranteed. Today's case involves cattle theft, at least officially. Unofficially, the entire room cares more about local gossip surrounding the accused ranch hand, whose complicated romantic history apparently interests the town nearly as much as missing livestock. Small communities rarely separate law from personal reputation completely. The defendant sits quietly beside his lawyer, now hat twisting nervously between rough hands. He looks exhausted rather than villainous. Mud stains his boots. Rainwater darkens the shoulders of his coat. That detail strikes you immediately. Real frontier criminals seldom resemble dramatic stage performers. Historians still argue whether Western justice systems operated more fairly or more harshly than Eastern courts during the 19th century. Frontier judges often faced enormous pressure from public opinion because isolated towns depended heavily upon cooperation and trust. Justice became intensely local. The prosecutor begins speaking, while rain taps softly against the windows. His voice carries confidence, sharpened through years of arguing before restless audiences. He describes stolen cattle, suspicious movements, conflicting witness statements. Meanwhile, the spectators lean forward eagerly. A curious footnote from frontier memoirs tells of townspeople occasionally applauding dramatic courtroom testimony, despite repeated warnings from judges. Apparently, legal restraint struggled against frontier enthusiasm. You study the jury now. Farmers, merchants, a blacksmith, a shopkeeper who appears deeply annoyed about missing breakfast. These men must somehow untangle truth from rumor inside a town already crowded with both. Records confirm frontier juries often reflected local relationships and grudges as much as legal neutrality. Everybody knew everybody eventually. Witnesses shared church pews, poker tables, business debts, or family histories. Complete impartiality becomes difficult when the barber also cuts the judge's hair. The defense lawyer rises next. He speaks more quietly than the prosecutor, but with careful precision. The cattle markings may have been mistaken. Witnesses observed events after dark. The accused ranch hand supposedly worked elsewhere during part of the theft. Arguments split immediately across the audience. One side nods approvingly. The other mutters skeptically beneath breath. Frontier justice unfolds partly through performance, because communities want reassurance that order still exists despite uncertainty surrounding them constantly. Outside the courtroom, storms, outlaws, fires, and economic disasters threaten daily life. Inside, people hope laws can impose structure upon chaos. One scandalous aside from Western newspapers describes a judge settling minor disputes through arm wrestling contests after growing frustrated with endless arguments over wandering pigs and fence lines. The 19th century occasionally approached jurisprudence creatively. A witness takes the stand now. The saloon owner. Naturally, he testifies about seeing the accused drinking heavily on the evening before the theft. The defense immediately questions how clearly anyone could observe events inside a smoky saloon near midnight. Honestly, that seems reasonable. Laughter ripples briefly through the courtroom before the judge bangs his gavel sharply enough to restore silence. For a moment, it feels less like a formal legal proceeding and more like an exhausted town collectively trying to decide what kind of community it wants to become. A council decree from several Western territories proves officials aggressively expanded court systems during the 1880s because rapid population growth overwhelmed older frontier arrangements. The West gradually shifts from improvised justice toward institutional law, not smoothly, but steadily. Rain intensifies outside now, while lamps flicker warmly inside the crowded room. Wet coats steam gently near the stove. Somebody sneezes violently in the back row. The judge rubs tired eyes before reviewing another page of testimony. You suddenly notice how exhausted everyone appears. The lawyers, the jurors, the witnesses, even the spectators. Frontier life leaves little extra energy for perfect legal systems. Yet people continue trying anyway. Historians still argue whether Western towns relied too heavily upon public reputation when deciding guilt. A respected citizen might receive mercy. A disliked drifter might face suspicion immediately regardless of evidence. Human beings carry biases into every century. By late afternoon, the jury finally withdraws for deliberation, while townspeople spill into hallways, buzzing with speculation. Some predict conviction confidently. Others defend the accused with equal certainty. Meanwhile, outside, the rain begins slowing beneath pale evening light. When the verdict finally arrives, the room falls silent enough to hear the stove crackling softly near the wall. Not guilty. The accused ranch hand lowers his head with visible relief, while several spectators immediately begin arguing about whether justice succeeded or failed completely. That reaction feels perfectly frontier somehow, because courts can settle cases. They rarely settle opinions. You step back outside into cool, damp air, where muddy streets gleam beneath fresh rainwater and lantern light slowly returns across town. Somewhere nearby, piano music begins drifting from the saloon again, while wagon wheels creak homeward through puddles. Behind you, the courtroom empties gradually into evening darkness, and another ordinary piece of frontier justice disappears into local memory, half law and half story, exactly like the American West itself. The newspaper office sits beside the telegraph station, squeezed between a barber shop and a hardware store, as though truth itself rents cheap frontier property. From outside, the building appears modest enough. A faded sign swings overhead, while warm yellow light glows through dusty windows late into the evening. Inside, however, the place crackles with energy. Ink stains everything: the editor's hands, the wooden desks, the floorboards, probably the editor's soul. You step through the doorway and immediately hear the relentless clatter of the printing press working in the back room. Metal type clicks sharply, while paper stacks rise beside overflowing waste bins. The air smells of hot ink tobacco smoke, damp wool coats, and coffee strong enough to frighten medical professionals. Records confirm frontier newspapers flourished across the American West during the 19th century. Even tiny boomtowns often supported competing publications, eager to shape local politics, attract settlers, promote businesses, and entertain readers hungry for stories, especially dramatic stories. The editor himself leans over a cluttered desk, now spectacles sliding down his nose, while he argues simultaneously with a reporter, a printer, and somebody trying to sell advertising space for miracle livestock medicine. He notices you briefly and waves vaguely toward an empty chair without pausing the argument. One curious footnote from Western journalism reveals frontier editors frequently served as politicians, boosters, civic leaders, and professional troublemakers all at once. Objectivity occasionally wandered off unsupervised. You sit quietly while the newsroom churns around you. Telegraph messages arrive constantly from distant cities bringing reports about elections, robberies, railroad deals, boxing matches, droughts, mining strikes, and scandals back east. The editor scans each dispatch rapidly before deciding what deserves tomorrow's headlines and what deserves improvement. A young reporter bursts through the door carrying notes about yesterday's courtroom verdict. He speaks breathlessly while rainwater drips from his coat onto the floor. The editor listens carefully, then immediately begins making the story more exciting. Records confirm Western newspapers often exaggerated frontier violence because sensational stories sold far better than accurate descriptions of ordinary life. A minor fistfight could become a savage saloon war by the following morning. Historians still argue how deeply newspapers shaped the mythology of the Wild West even before Hollywood arrived generations later. The frontier partially invents itself through headlines. You glance toward tomorrow's partially completed front page, spread across the editor's desk. Cattle thief escapes justice. The accused ranch hand from court yesterday apparently transformed overnight into a notorious criminal mastermind, according to local journalism. One scandalous aside from frontier memoirs tells of rival newspapers printing completely contradictory versions of the same gunfight, depending on political loyalties and personal grudges. Truth traveled west. But so did exaggeration. The editor finally notices your expression and laughs. "People like excitement," he says simply. Honestly, he's probably right. A curious footnote from Western publishing records reveals dime novels featuring outlaws, scouts, cowboys, and frontier adventures sold in astonishing numbers across America and Europe alike. Many readers who had never seen the West imagined it entirely through sensational fiction. Meanwhile, actual frontier residents still worried mostly about weather-muddy streets and unreliable roof construction. The printing press thunders louder now, while workers arrange metal type with stained fingers and weary concentration. Every letter must be placed backward by hand before printing. The process feels strangely physical. News requires labor. You wander deeper into the office where maps cover the walls beside railroad schedules and political cartoons mocking nearly everybody equally. Empty whiskey bottles sit beside stacks of old editions tied together with string. Apparently, journalism and exhaustion maintain a close friendship. Records confirm frontier editors often worked extraordinary hours because newspapers demanded constant attention. Train schedules changed, fires erupted, outlaws appeared, elections stirred arguments, mining rumors spread overnight. The West never stopped generating copy. A telegraph operator enters, carrying fresh dispatches from Chicago and Denver. The editor scans them quickly before muttering about Eastern politicians who apparently continue disappointing humanity at professional levels. Some things remain timeless. Outside the windows, evening deepens across muddy streets, glowing softly beneath lantern light. You hear wagon wheels splashing through puddles, while distant piano music drifts from the saloon district. Inside the newspaper office continues manufacturing tomorrow's version of reality. A council decree from several western towns proves newspapers held enormous influence over economic survival. Editors aggressively promoted railroad expansion, immigration, mining investment, and town development because optimistic publicity attracted money and settlers. Boosters sometimes described muddy cattle towns as future metropolitan wonders with breathtaking confidence. Occasionally, they even became correct. You notice one reporter sketching illustrations beside his article because photographs remain difficult and expensive to reproduce regularly. His drawings transform ordinary citizens into dramatic frontier characters through careful shading and heroic posture. Again, mythology grows. A curious footnote from frontier readers reveals some residents clipped newspaper articles about local events and mailed them eastward to relatives as proof they lived exciting Western lives. Nobody sends letters describing successful laundry days. Historians still argue whether sensational journalism distorted Western history beyond recognition or simply reflected the dramatic instability already present in frontier life. Probably both. The editor hands you a freshly printed page, still warm from the press. Ink smudges slightly beneath your fingers, while bold headlines announce robberies, political feuds, cattle prices, and social events with equal urgency. The whole frontier seems compressed into black letters upon rough paper. For a moment, it feels strangely intimate. A newspaper allows isolated people scattered across enormous distances to imagine themselves connected through shared stories, even exaggerated ones. The press finally slows near midnight, while exhausted workers stretch aching backs beside towering paper stacks. Tomorrow morning, boys will shout these headlines across muddy streets, while townspeople gather eagerly for fresh gossip disguised as information. And somewhere farther east, readers who have never seen the American frontier will picture endless gunfights, fearless cowboys, mysterious outlaws, and dramatic sunsets. Meanwhile, the actual town outside still smells mostly of horses, wet boots, cheap cigars, and cabbage soup. Reality rarely markets itself effectively. After weeks of dust-smoke-muddy streets, crowded saloons, and hotel mattresses with mysterious internal ecosystems, the bathhouse feels almost unreal. You notice the steam first. It curls softly from the doorway into cold evening air, while lantern light glows warm against frosted windows. Outside, the frontier still groans through another difficult winter night. Horses stamp beside icy hitching rails. Wagons creak through frozen mud. Somewhere down the street, a drunk cowboy attempts singing with enough emotional conviction to concern nearby dogs. Inside the bathhouse, however, civilization briefly fights back. You step through the door, and warmth immediately wraps around you like heavy blankets fresh from a stove. The air smells of soap, damp wood, clean towels, shaving cream, and hot water. Honestly, after frontier travel, it smells almost holy. Records confirm bathhouses became cherished luxuries in many Western towns where private bathing facilities remained rare. Hotels often lacked proper plumbing and heating. Enough water individually required exhausting labor. So people gathered communally instead. A tired attendant behind the counter nods toward you while folding towels with practiced efficiency. His expression suggests he has witnessed every possible variety of frontier dirt already, and no longer feels emotionally surprised by any of it. Fair enough. You move deeper inside, where steam drifts thickly beneath wooden beams, darkened by years of moisture. Men soak quietly in hot baths, while others shave before fogged mirrors. Conversation remains softer here than in saloons, as though warm water naturally lowers human aggression. One curious footnote from Western memoirs reveals some frontier bathhouses offered not only washing facilities but massages, barbers, gambling rooms, restaurants, and occasionally questionable medical treatments involving mineral waters. The 19th century adored turning ordinary activities into full enterprises. You settle onto a wooden bench beside several railroad workers, already wrapped in towels, and discussing politics with the weary intensity of men too tired to become truly angry anymore. The heat sinks slowly into your muscles. For a moment, it feels as though the entire frontier loosens its grip upon your bones. Records confirm many Western laborers viewed public baths as essential recovery after long shifts spent mining, ranching, driving cattle, or working rail lines. Dust coated everything in frontier towns. Coal soot, animal sweat, mud smoke, and dry prairie wind combined into a permanent second skin. Cleanliness became a rare pleasure rather than a daily assumption. An elderly cowboy nearby sighs deeply, while lowering himself into steaming water with almost religious gratitude. Honestly, you understand completely. One scandalous, aside from frontier newspapers, tells of bathhouses occasionally becoming sites of business deals, political bribery, and romantic scandals because relaxed people tended to speak more freely. Hot water weakens caution remarkably fast. You finally step into one of the large baths now. The heat shocks you at first. Then suddenly, exhaustion begins sliding away in slow, invisible waves. Your muscles soften, your breathing slows. Outside the thick walls, the noisy frontier continues struggling against winter darkness. Inside, only steam and quiet voices remain. Historians still argue whether Western towns became genuinely more civilized over time or simply more comfortable. Bathhouses certainly symbolized growing urban refinement compared to rougher earlier frontier settlements. A town with reliable hot water felt important. A curious footnote from mining communities reveals some miners reportedly delayed bathing for astonishing lengths of time during difficult seasons, then spent entire evenings luxuriating in bathhouses once wages arrived. Human beings can adapt to nearly anything temporarily. You lean back against the wooden edge while steam drifts around lantern light overhead. Nearby, a barber trims another customer's beard while discussing tomorrow's weather forecast. Two merchants argue softly about railroad investments beside the towel shelves. Even relaxation becomes social here. The bathhouse functions partly as refuge from frontier hardship and partly as another gathering place where information circulates quietly through the community. A council decree from several western municipalities proves public health officials increasingly promoted bathing during the late 19th century as medical understanding evolved around sanitation and disease prevention. Though honestly, most customers probably came because being filthy eventually becomes emotionally exhausting. Outside the bathing room sits a small lounge where men sip coffee, smoke cigars, and slowly cool afterward. Newspapers lie scattered across tables while snow taps gently against the windows. You wrap yourself in warm towels and settle near the stove. For a moment it feels astonishingly peaceful. The bathhouse softens frontier roughness without fully erasing it. Boots still track mud across the floors. Cowboys still argue loudly sometimes. Miners still cough from dust-damaged lungs. Yet within these walls, people briefly reclaim comfort from a difficult landscape. That matters more than outsiders sometimes realize. Records confirm many Western residents desperately sought ordinary luxuries because frontier life demanded constant endurance elsewhere. Clean sheets, warm baths, fresh bread, music, flowers, and proper coffee all carried emotional weight beyond simple convenience. Civilization often announces itself through small comforts first. One curious footnote from travelers describes certain prosperous frontier bathhouses importing fancy soaps and perfumes from Europe to impress wealthy customers eager for sophistication. Meanwhile, only blocks away pigs still wandered muddy alleys behind saloons. The contradictions never disappear entirely. You finally step back outside into the freezing night air where steam rises briefly from your coat beneath the stars. Snow covers the streets now in thin silver layers, softening wagon ruts and muddy footprints. The town feels quieter tonight. Lanterns glow gently through frosted windows. Distant piano music drifts faintly from somewhere near the saloon district. Smoke curls upward from chimneys into the enormous dark sky above. And for the first time in many days, you feel truly clean. Not just physically, but somehow mentally too, as though the bathhouse washed away part of the frontier itself for a little while. Winter arrives quietly at first. One morning, the muddy streets harden beneath a thin crust of ice. Breath hangs visibly above horses waiting beside hitching rails. Frost gathers along window corners inside the hotel dining room, while townspeople pull coats tighter and complain about weather, with the solemn dignity frontier communities reserve for seasonal suffering. Then the real cold comes. Snow drifts across the prairie beneath enormous gray skies, while icy wind whistles through every crack in every poorly built wall. The entire town changes personality almost overnight. Wild West winters rarely resemble romantic holiday postcards. Records confirm frontier winters could become brutally isolating, especially in cattle towns and mining settlements far from major cities. Blizzards buried roads, froze livestock, delayed trains, and trapped families indoors for days at a time. The American West felt enormous during winter. You step outside the hotel one bitter morning and immediately regret every decision leading to this moment. Snow squeaks beneath your boots, while wind cuts sharply across your face, carrying scents of smoke, frozen earth horses, and distant pine. The boardwalks look strangely beautiful now. Fresh snow softens muddy streets and hides wagon ruts beneath smooth white blankets. Chimney smoke rises straight upward through cold, still air. Lantern light glows warmly behind frosted windows before sunrise. For a moment, it feels peaceful. Then the wind changes direction and tries to remove your soul through your coat sleeves. A curious footnote from Frontier Diaries reveals many Western settlers slept wearing hats indoors during severe winters because poorly insulated buildings lost heat astonishingly fast. Honestly, that seems optimistic rather than excessive. You hurry toward the restaurant where warmth and coffee wait behind fogged windows. Inside, the room feels crowded and alive compared to the frozen silence outdoors. Wet coats steam beside the stove, while ranchers stamp snow from boots. Conversation changes during winter, too. People discuss weather forecasts, frozen cattle train delays, firewood supplies, and rumors of storms farther north. Survival edges closer to daily thought once temperatures plunge. Records confirm many frontier communities stockpiled enormous quantities of coal wood, preserved food, and lamp oil before winter, because shortages could become deadly quickly. Civilization suddenly depends upon logistics very directly. You sit near the stove watching frost melt slowly from gloves and scarves. A railroad worker beside you describes drifts tall enough to bury tracks entirely. Another customer claims wolves approached town last night searching for food. Nobody laughs. Winter sharpens respect for wilderness again. Historians still argue whether frontier winters proved psychologically harder than physical dangers like outlaws or cattle drives. Isolation, darkness, and uncertainty weighed heavily upon communities already living close to survival margins. The frontier feels lonelier beneath snow. Outside again later that afternoon, the town moves more slowly through deepening cold. Wagons creak cautiously over icy streets. Horses wear frost along their manes. Children bundled in oversized coats slide across frozen puddles, despite repeated warnings from exhausted mothers. One scandalous aside from Western memoirs tells of cowboys occasionally thawing frozen whiskey bottles beside campfires only to discover the liquid stronger afterward because water froze first. The 19th century treated chemistry like an adventurous companion. You pass the blacksmith shop where heat blasts outward every time the door opens. Inside, workers crowd near glowing forges, partly for business and partly because remaining alive seems preferable. The blacksmith himself sweats heavily despite the cold outside while sparks leap upward into smoky air. Winter work never truly stops in frontier towns. Roofs still require repair. Animals still need feeding. Trains still arrive. Snow merely makes every task more difficult. A council decree from several western towns proves officials worried constantly about fuel shortages during severe winters. Frozen rail lines or delayed shipments could leave settlements dangerously undersupplied. The frontier depended heavily upon preparation once temperatures dropped. Toward evening, snow begins falling again through dim lantern light. The flakes drift softly across rooftops, while church bells echo faintly through frozen air. Most people retreat indoors early now. Streets empty faster during winter because darkness and cold encourage caution. Yet some places remain lively. The saloons glow warmly against the snow-covered streets, while piano music drifts outward through swirling flakes. Inside, cowboys, miners, railroad workers, and merchants gather closer than usual around stoves and whiskey glasses. Winter encourages companionship. A curious footnote from frontier newspapers reveals certain isolated towns, organized dances, concerts, spelling bees, and social gatherings specifically to combat winter loneliness. Human beings require warmth beyond fireplaces. You stop beside the telegraph office where operators continue clicking messages through the storm. Snow piles against the windows, while wires hum faintly overhead in the wind. Even here at the edge of winter wilderness, communication continues. That feels strangely comforting. Records confirm severe winters, occasionally stranded travelers inside frontier hotels for weeks at a time. Unexpected communities formed around shared meals, storytelling card games, and endless weather speculation. Arguments split along interesting lines about whether harsh winters strengthened Western communities through mutual dependence or intensified tensions already simmering beneath frontier life. Probably both happened simultaneously. By nightfall, the town grows quiet beneath thick snow and bitter cold. Only a few lanterns remain visible along the main street now. Smoke curls upward from chimneys into dark sky glittering with frozen stars. You stand listening. No wagon wheels, no hammering, no distant cattle, only wind moving softly through snow-covered streets, and far away the lonely whistle of a train pushing through darkness somewhere beyond town. For a moment, the frontier feels impossibly vast again. Not crowded, not noisy, just small, fragile islands of human warmth surrounded by winter wilderness, stretching endlessly beneath the stars. Spring arrives not as a single moment, but as a slow negotiation between ice and earth. One morning, you notice the snow no longer crunches so sharply beneath your boots. It softens. It surrenders. The frozen streets begin to breathe again as muddy water seeps through cracks in thawing ground. Horses shake off damp coats with visible relief. Smoke from chimneys turns lighter, less desperate, as though the town itself remembers how to exhale. The frontier wakes carefully after winter. Records confirm that seasonal thaw across the American West often triggered dramatic changes in daily life. Roads turned into rivers of mud, rivers turned into dangers, bridges weakened, wagons sank unexpectedly. Entire communities adjusted their routines around unstable ground. And yet life always resumed. You walk slowly toward the outskirts of town, where the prairie stretches outward again, now green in places that were frozen only weeks earlier. Wildflowers begin appearing like quiet punctuation marks across open land. Then you hear voices ahead, not townspeople, not cowboys, a different rhythm entirely. Near the edge of settlement, beyond the last scattered houses, you see indigenous riders moving across the land with practiced ease. Horses step lightly over uneven terrain, while figures in layered clothing observe the town from a distance that feels neither fully distant nor fully close. Presence without intrusion. Records confirm that during the late 19th century, relationships between native nations and expanding frontier towns varied widely, depending on region treaties, conflict history, trade networks, and shifting political pressure from federal authorities. There was no single experience, only many overlapping ones. You remain still at the edge of a fence line while watching quietly. The riders do not hurry. They do not perform. They simply exist in the landscape with familiarity that predates the town behind you by countless generations. A curious footnote from frontier accounts reveals that trade between indigenous communities and settlers continued in many regions, even during periods of tension or conflict, particularly involving horses, food tools, and knowledge of terrain. Survival often creates complicated partnerships. One rider pauses briefly, looking toward the settlement, not with hostility exactly, not with curiosity alone either. Something more measured, something older than the town itself. Then the group continues onward across open prairie. Historians still argue about how frontier expansion should be understood through the lens of coexistence versus displacement trade, versus conflict negotiation versus enforcement. The truth resists simple categories, existing instead in shifting patterns of interaction across time and geography. You return slowly toward town, feeling the weight of that complexity without fully knowing how to carry it. Spring mud squelches beneath your boots again as you re-enter streets already busy with repair. Workers fix roofs damaged by winter storms. Merchants repaint faded signs. Wagons deliver fresh supplies now that roads are passable again. The town rebuilds its rhythm. A council decree from several Western territories proves that spring was often the busiest season for legal disputes, land claims, trade negotiations, and relocation efforts as communities attempted to stabilize after winter disruptions. Everything restarts at once. You pass the schoolhouse, where children now play outside again, their laughter louder after months of confinement indoors. Miss Holloway stands near the doorway, watching them with quiet satisfaction while holding a stack of books. Education resumes. Beyond that, the saloon doors swing open earlier again as travelers return along thawed trails. Music begins drifting into warmer evenings. The town remembers how to be social again. Even the fire scar from earlier weeks looks different now. Fresh lumber replaces burned structures. New walls rise where ashes once cooled. No one speaks much about the fire anymore, but everyone builds slightly differently because of it. Memory becomes architecture. Records confirm frontier towns frequently reconstructed themselves after disasters with improved layouts, wider streets, stronger materials, and better planning, though always within the limits of available money and urgency. Progress grows through repetition. You notice immigrant neighborhoods becoming more active again, too. Doors open wider. Cooking scents drift further into streets. Markets begin filling with early spring produce. The frontier expands and contracts like breath. A curious footnote from Western diaries describes spring as the season when many travelers chose to move again, either arriving from eastern cities or continuing farther west toward new opportunities. The continent feels mobile again. Near the telegraph office, operators send messages faster now that storms have cleared. News of land sales, cattle prices, railroad expansions, and political changes flows steadily through wires stretching across vast distances. Connection returns. Even the prairie seems less empty now that movement resumes across it. Arguments split along interesting lines about whether spring represented renewal or simply continuation of an ongoing cycle of expansion already reshaping the American West regardless of season. Probably both. You stand for a moment at the edge of town, watching dust and green grass mingle beneath shifting wind. Somewhere far beyond the horizon, other settlements are also waking, rebuilding, negotiating, and preparing for another year of uncertainty. The frontier never truly pauses. It only changes pace. As evening approaches, warm light settles across rooftops, while chimneys release gentler smoke into a calmer sky. Children still play in muddy streets. Workers still hammer boards into place. Life continues steadily, as it always does. And you realize something quietly simple. No season here is ever just weather. Each one becomes a test of how long people can continue building something together in a place that constantly challenges whether it should exist at all. By midsummer, the frontier town no longer feels like something being built. It feels like something that has decided to stay. Dust replaces spring mud along the main street, rising in soft clouds whenever wagons pass through. The heat settles heavily over rooftops, pressing down on wooden buildings until they creak quietly in the afternoon silence. Even the air seems slower, as though reluctant to move too quickly beneath the sun. You walk through town at midday when everything appears half asleep. Shutters are partly closed against heat. Dogs lie motionless in patches of shade. Horses stand with lowered heads beside water troughs. The usual noise of hammering, shouting, and bargaining fades into a low background hum. Summer in the American West is not loud. It is patient. Records confirm that frontier towns experienced extreme seasonal shifts, with summers bringing intense heat, drought, risk water shortages, and increased travel activity as roads dried and became passable again. Everything becomes dust and sunlight. You pass the general store, where the owner fans himself behind the counter while waiting for customers who appear only in bursts during cooler hours. Barrels of flour beans, coffee, and salt line the walls like quiet guardians of survival. A fly circles lazily above a sack of sugar. Nobody bothers chasing it. Outside, a wagon creaks slowly through the street, carrying barrels of water from a nearby well. The driver wipes sweat from his forehead without stopping. Hydration becomes a daily concern in ways modern cities rarely experience. A curious footnote from Frontier Diaries reveals some towns organized communal water distribution schedules during dry summers to prevent shortages and disputes among households. Even thirst becomes administration. Near the Saloon District, shade becomes valuable real estate. Men gather beneath awnings rather than inside buildings, preferring airflow over enclosed heat. Conversation slows. Whiskey consumption, however, does not. One scandalous, aside from Western newspapers, tells of saloons advertising coolest room in town during summer months, even though the cooling method was simply opening every available door and hoping for wind. Honesty was flexible. You continue toward the outskirts, where the schoolhouse sits quieter now that term has ended for summer break. The building stands empty, except for echoes of earlier lessons trapped in its wooden walls. Children now roam freely across fields instead of classrooms. Frontier education adjusts itself to seasons as much as schedules. Records confirm many Western communities reduced formal schooling during agricultural periods when children were needed for farming, ranching, or household labor. Learning becomes seasonal, too. At the edge of town, you notice irrigation channels dug into dry earth, directing water toward small gardens behind homes. People carefully tend vegetables, struggling against heat and dryness. Every drop matters. A council decree from several Western territories proves water rights disputes became increasingly common during hot seasons, especially in agricultural settlements dependent on limited river access. Water defines survival here more than comfort. You stop beneath a cottonwood tree where shade feels almost sacred. The leaves shimmer faintly overhead, while insects hum in slow, rhythmic waves. In the distance, the prairie stretches endlessly under a white-blue sky. Heat flattens everything. Even sound feels tired. Yet despite harsh conditions, summer brings motion too. Travelers pass through more frequently now that snow and rain no longer block roads. Wagon trains move westward, carrying families, supplies, dreams, and uncertainty. The frontier never stops receiving people. A railroad whistle echoes faintly from the station as another train arrives. Dust rises in golden clouds around steel wheels. Passengers step out blinking into sunlight that feels stronger than expected. Movement continues even in heat. One curious footnote from frontier accounts describes summer nights as unexpectedly social, with townspeople gathering outside after sunset when temperatures finally drop enough to breathe comfortably. Daytime belongs to survival. Nighttime belongs to people. As evening approaches, the town slowly awakens again. Doors open. Lanterns are prepared. The saloon piano warms up. Conversations resume in softer tones beneath cooling air. You sit for a moment outside the hotel, watching dust settle across fading light. Somewhere nearby, a preacher walks past, speaking quietly about endurance and patience. A gambler leans against a post waiting for the night crowd. A mother carries a child home after a long, hot day. Everything continues, not dramatically, not suddenly, just steadily. Historians still argue whether frontier summers were more difficult due to environmental conditions or due to increased travel labor and economic pressure during active seasons. In truth, they were simply different challenges, layered on top of constant adaptation. The frontier does not pause for weather. It only adjusts itself around it. As darkness finally falls, the town breathes more easily. Heat lifts slightly from wooden streets. Shadows stretch long beneath lantern light. The sound of distant laughter drifts from the saloon district, while crickets begin their steady evening rhythm. And for a brief moment, everything feels almost calm. Not finished, not resolved, but resting between movements, like a town quietly remembering how to exist before tomorrow begins again. The cemetery sits quietly on a low hill outside town, where the prairie wind never seems to fully settle. From a distance it looks almost gentle, just rows of wooden markers leaning slightly in different directions, like tired travelers pausing for rest. But when you walk closer, the stillness becomes heavier, more honest, and harder to ignore. You arrive in the late afternoon when light stretches long across dry grass. The path upward is uneven, worn by repeated footsteps and time rather than planning. Wildflowers grow in scattered clusters between stones, their colors soft against weathered wood. Names are carved unevenly, some carefully preserved, others faded almost beyond recognition. Records confirm that frontier cemeteries expanded rapidly alongside boomtown growth, often reflecting harsh realities of disease, mining accidents, violence, childbirth complications, and environmental hardship rather than any single cause of death. Life here moved fast, and so did loss. You pause beside a small row of graves marked simply with initials and rough dates. Some belong to children, others to unknown travelers. A few carry more formal inscriptions, though even those have begun surrendering to wind and rain. A curious footnote from Frontier Burial Records reveals that many early Western cemeteries were relocated multiple times as towns expanded, railroads shifted routes, or flood zones changed settlement patterns. Even resting places struggled to remain permanent. A breeze moves through the hilltop now, carrying the sound of distant town activity below. You can hear faint hammering wagon wheels and the occasional call of a horse. Life continues beneath the silence of the cemetery, as though the two worlds exist side by side without fully touching. You notice how many graves cluster together from specific years, particularly harsh winters, particularly severe outbreaks of illness, particularly unstable mining seasons. One scandalous aside from Frontier Diaries mentions entire families lost within weeks during epidemics that spread rapidly through tightly packed settlements lacking modern medical understanding. The ground remembers everything. Historians still argue whether frontier mortality rates were significantly higher than those of eastern cities or simply more visible due to smaller, closely connected communities where each death impacted everyone directly. Statistics and memory often tell different stories. You walk slowly between rows of markers while reading names that feel both distant and strangely intimate. Many belong to people who arrived with hopes of building new lives only to become part of the land they traveled so far to reach. That realization settles quietly. No dramatic moment announces itself, just a growing understanding. Frontier towns are not only built from buildings and labor, they are built equally from absence. A council decree from several Western territories proves local governments often struggled to maintain cemetery records during rapid population growth, leading to unmarked graves and uncertain histories that still challenge historians today. Identity sometimes fades faster than stone. Near the top of the hill, you find a slightly larger marker surrounded by small stones, placed carefully by visitors over time. Perhaps a respected townsman, perhaps someone widely known. The inscription is still legible. The wind moves more strongly here. You turn to look back toward town. From this height, the settlement appears almost peaceful. Smoke rises gently from chimneys. Streets form loose patterns between buildings. Lanterns begin to glow faintly as evening approaches. It looks smaller than it feels on the ground. That contrast matters. One curious footnote from Western travel accounts describes visitors frequently underestimating frontier towns from a distance because their true complexity only becomes visible once inside daily life. From far away, everything appears simple. From within, everything becomes layered. You sit briefly on a wooden bench near the cemetery edge. The prairie stretches endlessly beyond, fading into soft horizon light. Somewhere far off, a train whistle echoes faintly, reminding you that movement continues even across silence. Life and death exist here without separation, not dramatically intertwined, just constantly adjacent. A light wind moves through tall grass while shadows lengthen across the hillside. The cemetery feels neither frightening nor peaceful exactly. It feels honest in a way the town below sometimes hides beneath noise and activity. Frontier communities rarely stop long enough to reflect, but places like this force reflection anyway. Records confirm that many Western towns held annual remembrance days, where residents visited graves, repaired markers, and quietly acknowledged those lost during the year. Memory becomes a community act. As the sun begins to lower fully, the cemetery shifts in tone. Shadows deepen between stones. The wind cools slightly. Distant town lights begin appearing one by one, like small signals of ongoing life below. You stand once more before turning back down the hill. The path feels different going downward. Not lighter, just more aware. Behind you remain the quiet markers of lives that once filled the same muddy streets, ate in the same saloons, rode the same trains, and walked the same dusty boardwalks you have been following through this story. And ahead of you, the town continues to breathe, unaware of how closely it always lives beside silence. The telegraph lines stretch across the prairie like invisible veins connecting distant parts of a growing nation. From town to town, pole to pole, wire to wire. Messages travel in sharp bursts of meaning that collapse distance into something almost fragile. You stand outside the telegraph office, watching the operator work. Inside the room is dim but alive with sound. A brass key clicks rapidly beneath practiced fingers, while a faint buzzing rhythm answers from somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the town, beyond the horizon itself. Each tap feels like a heartbeat of modern communication. Records confirm that by the 1880s, telegraph networks had become essential infrastructure across the American West, linking remote settlements to major cities within minutes instead of weeks. For frontier towns, this feels like magic that never fully stops. The operator barely looks up as you enter. His attention remains locked on the machine, as though it might suddenly change its mind and stop cooperating with civilization. Papers clutter the desk beside him, filled with coded messages, abbreviations, and urgent requests. Somewhere a train has been delayed. Somewhere else a shipment is missing. Elsewhere still, a political decision waits impatiently for news. One curious footnote from telegraph history reveals that operators often memorized entire communication patterns and could recognize distant senders simply by rhythm, almost like musical signatures carried through wire. Information becomes sound. You watch the operator translate incoming signals into written words with almost mechanical efficiency. Every pause, every flick of the wrist, every correction carries meaning that will soon travel onward to newspapers, merchants, sheriffs, and distant families. Historians still argue whether the telegraph unified the American frontier or accelerated economic and political centralization that ultimately reduced local independence. Either way, distance no longer feels absolute. Outside, the town continues its daily movement. Wagons pass, children run, horses wait patiently, smoke rises from chimneys in thin, steady columns. Yet beneath this ordinary surface, invisible networks pulse constantly overhead. A council decree from several Western territories proves local officials quickly integrated telegraph stations into governance systems, using rapid communication for law enforcement, trade coordination, and emergency responses. Speed changes authority. You step outside the office into bright afternoon light, where the wires hum faintly above your head, stretching toward unseen destinations. A light wind moves across the poles, making the lines sing softly in ways only the quietest moments reveal. That sound feels almost like language, not spoken, but transmitted. You walk toward the edge of town, following the direction of the wires as they vanish into prairie distance. The land opens wide here, less cluttered than streets more honest in its emptiness. The telegraph poles continue endlessly, each one identical, each one necessary. A curious footnote from frontier accounts describes some settlers initially fearing telegraph wires as unnatural interference with weather or even spiritual forces before gradually accepting them as practical tools of communication. Human understanding adjusts slowly. Farther out, you notice a repair crew working on damaged lines where a recent storm knocked several poles slightly off alignment. Men climb carefully using leather straps, while tools hang from belts as they tighten connections overhead. Messages must continue, even when weather disagrees. One worker calls down to another about a message he just received. Something about cattle prices shifting rapidly. Another about a train schedule change affecting deliveries tomorrow. The entire economy depends on these small coded exchanges. Records confirm telegraph systems significantly reduce the isolation of frontier life, while simultaneously increasing the speed of economic competition, political coordination, and information flow across vast regions. Connection always changes balance. You sit briefly on a wooden fence post watching the crew work. Above you, the wires vibrate faintly in the wind, like silent strings waiting to be played by unseen hands. It feels strangely modern. Even here, even now, historians still argue whether the telegraph represented the true end of the frontier or simply another stage in its transformation from isolated settlements into interconnected systems of trade and communication. The frontier never disappears cleanly. It evolves. A messenger boy arrives on horseback, carrying additional dispatches for the station. He looks barely old enough to handle responsibility, yet moves with practiced confidence, as though speed itself has become a form of maturity in this landscape. He hands over the messages and rides back toward town, always moving, always delivering. You return slowly toward the settlement, while the telegraph wires continue humming overhead, like a quiet reminder that distance no longer protects anything from reaching anywhere else. Back inside town, life continues unchanged on the surface, yet underneath everything is increasingly connected. A newspaper editor receives updated reports within hours. A merchant adjusts prices based on distant markets. A sheriff prepares for a suspect already reported several towns away. A family receives news from relatives far beyond the frontier. Information travels faster than people now, and that changes everything. As evening approaches, the telegraph office glows softly once again, while the operator continues his endless translation of distance into meaning. Outside lanterns flicker on along muddy streets, while the sky deepens into twilight. The frontier still feels vast, but no longer unreachable, and somewhere within that realization, you sense the beginning of an ending that has not yet fully arrived. The first signs of permanence arrive quietly, almost unnoticed at first. A brick building replaces a wooden storefront, that once leaned slightly after every heavy rain. A proper water pump appears at the corner where people used to share buckets from a muddy well. New fences straighten older chaotic boundaries. Streets are widened just enough for wagons to pass without scraping against porch rails. The town is changing shape, not suddenly, but steadily, like something deciding to stay in place. You walk through the main street on a warm afternoon, where dust still rises, but no longer feels quite as dominant. The wind carries fewer loose boards, fewer temporary tarps, fewer signs of buildings that might collapse if weather changes its mind. Records confirm that many frontier towns transitioned from temporary settlements into stable communities during the late 19th century through gradual infrastructure development, especially after railroad expansion and increased regional trade. Permanence arrives in layers. A new school building stands where the old wooden one once struggled through storms. This version has stronger walls, glass windows, and a proper foundation. Children still run loudly outside, but now the structure feels less fragile against time. Nearby, a small library opens its doors for the first time. Inside shelves hold books that smell of ink, paper, and possibility. Not many yet, but enough to suggest that knowledge here is no longer an imported luxury, but a growing local habit. One curious footnote from Western civic records reveals towns often prioritized schools, libraries, and courthouses before paving all streets because symbolic institutions mattered deeply for attracting families and investment. Identity shapes infrastructure. You notice it in the courthouse, too, now, rebuilt in stronger materials. The old temporary structure, once used for trials, has been replaced with something sturdier, more deliberate, more confident in its future. Justice, like everything else, is being redesigned for longevity. A council decree from several Western municipalities proves local governments actively encouraged permanent construction by offering incentives for brickstone and fire-resistant materials. After repeated disasters reshaped urban planning priorities. Fire teaches architecture quickly. You pause near the hotel where expansion work continues. Additional rooms have been added with more careful engineering than earlier hurried construction. The lobby looks cleaner, more organized, more intentionally designed rather than assembled in urgency. Even the saloon district begins to feel different. Still lively, still loud, but no longer entirely improvised. Wooden sidewalks have been replaced in places with sturdier planks. Gas or oil lamps are more regularly maintained. Business signs become standardized rather than hand-painted improvisations that change every few months. The town is learning consistency. Historians still argue whether this transition represents true civilization or simply the economic stabilization of frontier capitalism as railroads, banks, and supply chains integrate remote communities into broader systems. The answer depends on perspective. You pass the telegraph office again, where wires still hum above the streets. Now the system feels less like magic and more like routine infrastructure as ordinary as water erodes. That shift matters more than it appears. One scandalous aside from frontier memoirs describes older residents initially distrusting permanent construction because they had grown accustomed to impermanence, where buildings, people, and opportunities could vanish as quickly as they appeared. Stability feels unfamiliar at first. Near the edge of town, new housing developments appear with more consistent design. Streets are laid out in clearer patterns rather than chaotic expansions following wagon paths. Fences align, blocks organize, boundaries stabilize. Even the mud seems more contained. You stop for a moment and realize something subtle. The town is becoming readable. Earlier it felt like improvisation. Now it feels like structure emerging from improvisation. A curious footnote from architectural records notes that many Western towns intentionally redesigned themselves after reaching certain population thresholds, adopting grid systems, zoning practices, and standardized construction methods influenced by Eastern urban planning. Order arrives late, but it arrives. As evening falls, you notice something new in the distance. Electric light experiments begin appearing in certain buildings near the center of town. Weak, uneven, but unmistakably different from oil lamps or candles. Light itself is evolving. Children still play in streets, but their games now take place in a town that increasingly resembles a future version of itself rather than a temporary camp. The frontier is no longer just arriving. It is settling, and that changes the tone of everything around you. Even the saloon feels slightly different tonight. Not quieter, not less lively, but more anchored. Conversations sound less like temporary chaos and more like part of a long ongoing story. You walk slowly back toward your lodging as dusk deepens across organized streets. Behind you, the town continues building itself into permanence, one brick, one rule, one institution at a time. And you begin to understand that the Wild West is not ending because it disappears. It is ending because it is becoming something that no longer needs to keep moving to exist. By the time autumn returns, the town no longer feels like a frontier experiment. It feels like a memory of itself being carefully rewritten into something more stable. Leaves drift slowly through newly paved streets where wagons no longer sink as deeply into mud. Wooden buildings still exist, but they are fewer now, replaced gradually by brick, stone, and painted timber that suggests permanence rather than improvisation. The town has learned how to hold its shape. You walk through it on a cool morning when the air carries the faint smell of smoke and ripening grain from nearby farms. Records confirm that many Western settlements experienced a cultural shift during the late 19th century as economic stability, railroad expansion, and population growth transformed temporary boomtowns into structured municipalities with defined civic identities. Yet something intangible also changes. The feeling of possibility becomes less chaotic, more organized, less like a sudden rush, more like a managed current. At the edge of town, you notice a traveling performance troupe setting up a stage. Painted wagons, foldable seats, bright banners announcing entertainment that promises stories of cowboys, outlaws, and frontier adventure. Ironically, the West is now beginning to perform itself. One curious footnote from cultural history reveals that traveling shows, dime novels, and early photography played major roles in shaping how the American West was remembered even while it was still actively changing. Myth begins before history finishes. You watch townspeople gather for the performance. Children sit in front rows with wide eyes. Ranchers lean against fences. Shopkeepers close doors early. Even the sheriff stands at the back, quietly observing the crowd. The performance begins. Actors dramatize gunfights that are clearly more theatrical than real frontier violence. Heroes wear cleaner clothing than any working cowboy ever could. Outlaws speak in exaggerated tones, designed to travel across large audiences rather than muddy streets. The crowd enjoys it, and that tells you something important. Historians still argue whether the Wild West, as popularly imagined, was primarily constructed during its own era through entertainment industries, rather than being a later invention imposed by Hollywood. the truth likely exists in both directions at once. Reality and performance begin merging. You leave the performance area and walk toward the telegraph office, where wires still stretch outward into invisible distance. Messages continue flowing, but now they feel less like urgent survival tools and more like routine background infrastructure. The frontier is no longer isolated. It is connected, fully. A council decree from several Western municipalities proves that by the late 1880s, civic planning increasingly focused on infrastructure standardization, public education, policing systems, and economic regulation rather than expansion alone. Growth becomes governance. Near the courthouse, you notice a new plaque being installed beside the entrance. Names of founding figures, dates of incorporation, civic milestones, a deliberate attempt to anchor identity in written record. History begins to formalize itself. One, scandalous, aside from frontier newspapers, describes older residents sometimes resisting these changes, claiming the town felt less wild and too settled, as though unpredictability itself had been part of its original charm. Order can feel like loss. You pass the saloon district where the piano still plays, but now shares space with more refined establishments. Restaurants with structured menus, hotels with written rules, shops with fixed pricing rather than negotiable chaos. Even entertainment becomes regulated. The frontier is no longer outside civilization. It is inside it. A curious footnote from sociological studies of the American West suggests that many boomtown residents who experienced the early chaotic years later express nostalgia for the unpredictability even while benefiting from the stability that replaced it. People often miss the storm after it passes. You stand for a moment at the center of town, where streets now form a clearer grid. From here, everything looks organized, familiar, predictable. But you remember when it was not. When saloons, mud fires, telegraphs, cattle drives, newspapers, and immigrant neighborhoods collided unpredictably in the same space without clear order. Now those elements remain, but arranged differently, more contained, more defined. One final curious footnote from frontier archival records reveals that many Western towns officially transitioned from frontier settlements to established cities through administrative designation rather than any single visible moment of change. There is no dramatic ending, only classification. As evening falls, lanterns glow in a more structured pattern along the streets. Electric light experiments flicker in select buildings. Train whistles echo from a station now operating on regular schedules rather than unpredictable arrivals. The West has not disappeared. It has been integrated. And as you walk through the settling quiet of a town that still carries echoes of its past, you realize something simple but profound. The frontier was never a place. It was a phase, and phases do not end with noise. They end with organization. Night settles over the town with a calmness that would have felt impossible months earlier. The streets are still, not empty but orderly. Lantern light reflects gently off firmer roads, now partially paved and better maintained. The saloons still glow, the hotels still welcome travelers, the trains still arrive and depart on schedule, but everything feels less like improvisation and more like structure settling into place. You stand at the edge of town looking back. For a moment, it is hard to reconcile what you see now with the muddy, chaotic settlement you first entered. The Wild West towns of the 1880s were never static things. They were constantly in motion, constantly rebuilding, constantly adjusting to fire railroads, cattle immigration, commerce, and law. And now they are changing again. Records confirm that by the late 19th and early 20th centuries, many frontier towns transitioned fully into established American cities, integrated into national infrastructure, legal systems, and economic networks that no longer treated them as distant outposts. The frontier as a living experience begins to dissolve, not with disappearance, but with transformation. You walk slowly through the streets one last time. You pass the barber shop where gossip still flows, but now alongside newspapers from across the country, delivered on reliable schedules. You pass the schoolhouse, where children now attend more consistently, their futures less dependent on seasonal labor. You pass the courthouse, where law feels less improvised and more institutional. You pass the telegraph office, where communication has become routine rather than miraculous. Everything is still here, but everything is different. A curious footnote from historical records notes that many residents of former frontier towns later described a strange emotional shift during this transition period, where daily life became safer, more stable, and more predictable, yet also less intense, as if the land itself had been partially quieted. Perhaps that is what progress feels like. You pause near the saloon district one final time. Music still plays inside. Laughter still rises. Cards still shuffle, glasses still clink. But even here, there is structure now. Hours, rules, expectations. The chaos is no longer unchecked. It has been folded into habit. Historians still argue whether this transformation represents the closing of the frontier or simply its absorption into a larger national system that had been expanding all along, quietly reshaped what once felt distant into something fully connected. The answer depends on how you define the word frontier. If it means wilderness untouched, it was already fading. If it means possibility at the edge of certainty, it never fully disappears. One final scandalous, aside from frontier memory, suggests that some old settlers insisted, long after modernization, that the real West still existed in small habits rather than geography, in the way people greeted strangers, rebuilt after disaster, and moved forward without complete certainty. Maybe they were right. You walk toward the outskirts of town, where the prairie opens wide once more. The sky above feels enormous again, just as it did when you first arrived. The stars are unchanged. The land is unchanged. Only the town has changed its relationship to both. Behind you, lanterns glow in ordered rows. Ahead of you, darkness stretches endlessly. And between them, you understand what the Wild West truly was. Not only violence, not only freedom, not only myth or memory or legend, but a brief moment in time when people, infrastructure, danger, hope, law, ambition, and uncertainty all existed together in the same fragile space, trying to become something that would last longer than themselves. A place that began as movement and ended as structure. You stand quietly for a long time before turning back, not because the story is over, but because it no longer needs to be chased. It has already become part of what comes next. Good night.